Moo?
Hello, hello! How's everybody doing? Happy Wednesday! Moo.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
There's so many people. Hello! Hey, Beef Bowl. Hey, Silver Knight, Tuesday Fox. Oh my gosh, so many people. Hey, Alucard. Hey, Starbreeze. How's everybody doing? How's your Wednesday? I could redeem the Rhine 91 times. I should put like a counter to see how many times that gets redeemed. Being on and off with playing... I see. Yeah, that's quite a controversial IP right now. Even the older games. Twitter's been a thing today. But, let's see. Doing good, been cleaning? Cool, cool. What have I been doing today? Well, yesterday I installed my liquid cooling. Playing some Vicky 3. What's that? What's Vicky 3? Sorry because of the controversy to act up. We'll mostly try to avoid talking about it, but I understand that's an older game too, so I'm not gonna say much about that. Any older games I assume you've probably owned like for a long time, so I'm not gonna give you shit for that. Close that. Let's see, I turned up the settings on Diablo 2 again, by the way, my video settings, so I might have to lower that if we see any lag. Let's see, along with installing my liquid cooling, I did test out the capture card I have, sort of, but then I found out it needs HDMI, and my GPU only has one HDMI port and two display ports, so I'm like, do I get an HDMI splitter, or do I switch both my monitors to DisplayPort? That's my current conundrum, at least. If you own something, there's nothing you can do to unsub- Yeah, if you already bought something like a decade ago, like, yeah, you can't unbuy something like that. Obviously. Let's see. Doesn't help that I'm going through- Oh, no. That's... I used to be a fan, but, like, that was a long time ago. Now it's just painful to think about, and... God, the past couple weeks have been nightmare. Nightmare. Just more and more terrible reminders of the thing I used to love being just a symbol for hate now. Does the capture card not have a pass-through? What does that mean? What's that mean? The way the one I have works is you plug it into where is it? You like plug it into HDMI into your GPU, and then you plug that into the card itself, and then you plug the power cord into a USB port. Victoria 3. I've never heard of that game. Lo-fi beats to study relax 2 thing. Victoria 3 lo-fi Vic Hop. Oh, is it music? Oh wait, no, I see. Grand strategy game by Met Paradox that takes place from 1836 to 1936. I've never heard of this. Then again, I guess I maybe don't have as much of a visibility on, like, strategy games. That's probably fair. Yeah, what's Cat Cow? So, wait, it's a... Lo-fi Vic Hop? Tracks to chill or industrialize to? Wait, so is it music or is it a game? No, those words just not in the way you put them together. Story 3 is a game, but it released some of its soundtrack on YouTube in the style... Oh! Okay, I think I understand now. I understand. My brain clicked it all together now. Here, when I load up the game, we can keep chit-chatting while I'm running through the snowy mountains. Because we're in Act 5, which has a lot of running around. This is a very long act compared to the other ones in the game, relatively. So let me pause the music. Pull up the game. I might need to adjust volume, we'll see. Hey, Virtue Cat, hello! Welcome in! Happy Wednesday! Let's see, it's not actual lo-fi music, it was just playing off that whole trend. Oh, I see. Yeah, I get it. Like our version of the lo-fi beats to listen to thing. I get it. Alright. Ah! What happened? finally picked a name! Holy crap! Thank you for
Finally
the 1,000
pick a
bits!
da name cheerdex 1000.
Yeah, lots
I'm
of
driving.
bears.
Just stopping in to pelt you with food.
Aw.
The things I do for enjoyment.
Aw,
Winking
thank
face.
you! I appreciate that! Thank you! I hope you're not texting while driving. I hope you were at a stop sign or something. Thank you! I see you, Genesis. Hello! Oh, a pass-through. Is it
No.
HDMI outputs? I don't have to use it for HDMI port. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Thank you, it's still going! Yes, it is 1,000 items. An object for every bit. It might be a bit much. It just keeps going. Oh, I'm back. Okay, you're in a parking lot? Alright, good. Because, be safe, be safe. Have to remember, have a good night. Maybe I'll be on later. Alrighty, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I hope you have a good drive. Thank you. You're playing Diablo, Lucid, where you don't seem like a Diablo kind of person. Have you ever played it before? What? Oh wait, you're joking. You're joking. You're pulling my chain. I get it. Very funny. Yes, I love this game. Saw a whole snowman. Yeah, there was some Christmas objects that were thrown in there too. Let's see. Oh, so the new season, the new ladder season started, so I started a new tune already. And I'm already in a, my nightmare playthrough with them. Ah! But this is our stream character. So we're starting Act 5. Let's see, how do you even throw a snowman? Yeah, like that. Characters look great, thank you. Very, very covered in bones. Very much leaning into that necromancer aesthetic as much as I can. I'm so excited for the Diablo 4 character customization that I've been seeing stuff about. And you can pet dogs. I'm excited. I'm trying not to be excited, but I can't help it. Totally covered in bones. Every bit is covered in... I'm not saying that. They're covered in bones. Bones. Alright. Poor Mala's trying to catch up to us so she can talk to us, so let's let her talk.
I, Mala, welcome you to Herogus.
Following us all over the
last
place.
stronghold of order on Mount Ariat.
Let me know how the
You
volume
have
is.
come to the right place if you intend to defeat Baal, the Lord of Destruction. Baal has laid waste to our mountain and its denizens. His minions continue to attack our town.
Yeah,
while
Baal's been
Quartek
causing
and his
havoc
men
for...
have proven helpless to
I'm not
stop
sure
them.
how much time passes between
Baal
Acts
is
4 and
still
5.
out on the mountain looking for something, but I know not what. All of the elders, save Nilotha,
He's looking for something. They're always looking for
sacrificed
something.
themselves to place a protective ward around Herogus. Some of us here, certainly Nilotha, do not appreciate your presence. We are a proud people, and it is not easy for us to accept aid.
Only when I play with
am
Diablo
glad
3 and
you
then
are
I'm the
here.
hunter with the crossbow.
If you need healing or a
I do like the Demon
potion,
Hunter
please
in
come
3.
to me.
Very fun.
See Larzik for weapons, armor, and repairs.
I main Necromancer and Monk.
Nilotha, despite his disposition, may be of some assistance with other wares. Finally, Quarkek, our man-at-arms, leads Herogus' remaining forces against Baal.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Only when I play with Diablo 3. Just about as unreasonably excited about RE4 as you are for Diablo. I want to be excited for RE4. I feel like I waited too long to jump in, and now I'm like, no, I'm gonna like end up being super late to the party by the time I get to RE4. But that's okay. Wasn't big on Diablo 3, but I love 2. Man, I still love 2. The original Diablo 2 I played so much growing up. And then 3 when it came out, I played it at I was at the midnight release for 3. And man, it was so bad for like the first couple of years. It wasn't until Reaper's Souls came out that I thought that Diablo 3 was worth playing over and over. I still played all the way through Inferno, but yeah, the beta! RE4 coming out in like a month, and then the beta for Diablo 4 coming out in like a month, and then there's like so many games that are coming out like soon, right? Like, there was another game that was coming out, like, at the same time. There's a bunch. We're eating good. Gamers eating good. I will say that. We're eating good.
I am Qualkek, the senior man-at-arms of Haragoth.
Especially horror
You have the
games.
look of a warrior. An extra soldier will be useful, but don't expect anyone to mourn if you get yourself killed. Bale is true to his namesake. He has ravaged through our lands like a merciless plague. The protective ward laid
Like ranged
down by
attacks
our
for some
lost
reason.
elders helps hold the
I think that's
evil at
understandable.
bay.
I like ranged attacks
But
too.
Bale's siege has
That's what my
taken its
necro
toll
here
all
is.
the same.
All ranged.
Most of my men are now dead. Others are trapped in the mountain passes. But I swear we are not beaten yet. We will fight to the end to protect this mountain.
Like your FMVs, ever considered not for broadcast? I've never heard of that. Is that a game? Like an FMV heavy game? Or is that a movie? Is that just like just one movie? Also, look, a fellow necromancer. Kinda matches the vibe.
A necromancer.
He's also the only one that acknowledges who we are.
I admire your courage in seeking out the darker side of magic. We really have little need of your skills. The battle will turn soon enough without your memory. Yet, I should have expected to see your kind here. You are like a moth to the flame, drawn to all this death. It feeds you in more ways than one, does it not?
Ooh, so cryptic. The game about controlling media. Ooh. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Is it like an adventure game? When did this game come out? The animation is better than other games? The original for this came out in, like, 2001? I want to say 2001? And the remaster came out the year before last, I think? Either last year or the year before that. I don't remember now. My sense of time in, like, the past few years is, like, completely warped. Be like, oh, that thing happened, like, 2 years ago, and it would happen, like, 5. But yeah, you can see the difference in the animation, too. Just by hitting G. This is the OG game. Which, I love that I can do that. I love this kind of feature in remasters. It should be standard, I think. 2021? God, it was, like, 2 years ago now. Jeez. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Reminds me of Halo. Man, I want to replay Halo 2. It's been forever. It's been forever since I played through the whole Halo series. But yeah, look at that difference. That's wild. I like being able to zoom in and see all the details too. Like, let's go over to Mala again. And the music, the vibes. You push the back button, it switches to old graphics. Look at that. All those details. Even the location of the pots. Keep saying I'm gonna play Halo, you should. But if you do play Halo with the Master Chief Collection, be careful that some of the music's broken. One of these days. You totally should. Don't know a lot about it, but it's an F&B sort of thing where you control the news, what to censor, what to let through, what ads to let through. Oh, so kind of like, Papers, Please, but with, like, controlling media? That's interesting. I might have to look in... I'll look that up. That sounds interesting.
If you're here to defeat Bale...
Here we
you
go.
must
Quest
prove
number
it.
1.
As we speak, Haragoth is under siege by Bale's demons. Catapults rain death just
Needy
outside
streamer
the town walls.
overload.
Bale himself travels
Aw.
up the sacred mountain, having left in charge here one of his most vicious generals, Shank, the Overseer.
Shake.
A ruthless taskmaster, he lashes his own minions into suicidal frenzies on the battlefield. If you wish to prove yourself to us, destroy the monster Shank that commands those infernal catapults outside Haragoth. If you manage to do this, return to me.
First quest, got. But I think there's at least one more person I want to say hi to here. I think. Oh yeah, Kane.
I'm amazed to find this place so untouched. Everything else in the path of Baal, the Lord of Destruction, lies
I don't know if it's
in
up your alley, but it
ruin.
might be. I'm at least
These
curious to look up a video on
barbarians
it at
must
least.
indeed be the
Maybe it'll look
legendary
like something I want to
guardians
play.
of Mount Ariat. They're a proud, hardy people. Don't expect to be greeted warmly. Strangers here rarely are. Perhaps I can gain their trust. I'll spend some time with the townsfolk and try to understand them better. I'll let you know what I discover.
So probably if we were to talk to him about, like, town gossip and stuff, maybe he'll have something interesting to say.
Though the Elder Council of Hrogoth is gone, there are many capable young leaders to take their place. Anya certainly has enough courage and intelligence to lead them all, if they can survive this catastrophe.
So he's already mentioning an Anya. But we don't see an Anya in town yet. Foreshadowing, mayhaps. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. I think I've heard of Not for Broadcast now that I think about it. Last I heard it was in demo, though. That was years ago, and still it's been a while. Yeah, if it was years ago, the full version might have come out now. Thank you for the stretch. Oh my god, my back cracked. Yeah, that weird, like, nerve thing I was talking about, like, last week, it kind of, I don't know, it's not really better, I guess. I should probably see someone about it.
It takes more than a siege to stop me.
It'll take more than that. Especially since I can just come back from the dead. Let's see, I take it the OGs and stuff to them is like, what the hell, that's hilarious for us? Oh, the full version is out? When did it come out? Right, so we're looking for Shank. But really what that means is we're just gonna go through the battlefield, because Shank's at the end. Hello there! Hey, Andrew! Welcome in! How is my volume, by the way? I feel like everything's a little quiet. I can't tell if it's my headphones or me. I'll turn things up. But how's it going? January 2022? Dang! So it's been out for a year then, right? Damn. Again, it's wild how fast things, like, how time flies. Volume sounds fine to me? Okay, maybe I'll turn down a little bit. I like the crossbow hunter in Diablo 3 because they had the raid fire attack. That's the one where you, like, spin around really fast and, like, shoot, arrows everywhere, right? It's been a while since I've, made a demon hunter character. That's gonna be a pretty mushy blur. Yup. I'll get more energy. More. Just not even minding the ice blocks falling on my head. Ice blocks keep falling on my head. Fucking autocorrect like a Gatling gun. Oh wait, I know that skill. Yeah. Yeah, Demon Hunter's pretty fun. I also do prefer the ranged classes. Like Wizard was my main for a long time. And Necromancer's currently my main now. Even Monk, when I play Monk, I don't play like a melee Monk. Like, I try to get, once I get to 70, I go for Monkey Garb, Monkey King's Garb. And then I go ranged. Wave of Light, make everything in the room explode. So it's like, I play a melee class, but I don't really play it like a melee class, if that makes sense. It's like, if I'm going up to something to hit it, I'm doing it wrong. You get an extendable staff. I get the, there's a helm that you can get, for Monk that lets you be able to cast Wave of Light anywhere. Like, as long as you can see on the screen, you can click and cast it. So it basically turns it into a giant, like, ranged explosion attack. It's great. Speaking was a bit quiet earlier, the game dialogue, I mean? Hold on, maybe I can do something about that. Why is there not text-to-speech? Volume. Voices is at 100. They have different sliders for all the sound effects. Okay, so maybe if I just turn the sound effects down, then maybe turn the game up after that. Maybe that'll fix the mixing a little bit so that the voices are louder. Maybe. Here, like 75. And then, where's music? Turn music down like a little bit. There. Maybe that'll fix it. Let's try that. Let's see. Wonder if the Devil Hunter is the same in this game. There's no Demon Hunter in Diablo 2, but there's an Amazon. They're kinda... I don't know. It's kind of hard to compare classes between 2 and 3. Because they're kind of like different animals entirely. Like, how you play each one. Like, even like the Necromancer differs so wildly between 2 and 3. So, like, the Amazon, like, also uses bows and crossbows and, like, javelins and stuff like that. But I wouldn't say they're even really all that comparable to the Demon Hunter from 3. Let's see, make you yell to charge up in powers. I mean, you can, if you play a Barbarian, you can still do shouts. Like, shouting and taunts like that. Let's see. Got to use for Devil May Cry, said devil instead of demon. I mean, they're tomato, right? Oh, did I go too far? Maybe I need to go back. Nah, let's keep going forward. If I get to the waypoint for the next area, I've gone too far. Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while since we've gone through any of the Devil May Cry games. It's on my list, though. It's just been a while. But next time we do, we're gonna go, and we're gonna jump into Devil May Cry 3, which I'm excited about. I've heard that's when this game starts getting good. Like, good. They remastered Diablo 3. I wonder how it would look. It probably looked about the same. I mean... Style-wise, I mean, I think the style they went with is pretty ageless, I think. It may not be, like, an aesthetic that fit Diablo at the time. I think people are used to it now. But it is at least one that I think won't really require much updating. I don't think. Even after 4? I mean, their styles are so different. Like, I could see them No, I can't. I can't really see them redoing 3. Or even remastering it, really. Like, it might be... I think it's gonna be like how Skyrim is for Bethesda. They're just gonna re-release the same game forever and ever. And they don't really have the expansions to justify, like, an Ultimate Edition and things like that years down the line. Because any DLC they were gonna make after Reaper of Souls they killed. R.I.P. and peace to all those ideas. I want these over here. I may have too many potions. If there's one thing I've realized and acknowledged is that I have a potion hoarding problem. That doesn't mean I'm gonna fix it. I just acknowledge it. 4 or 5 DMC3 was considered the best even after 4? Yeah, I've heard different people say they prefer 3 and different people say they prefer 4. So I know at least one of those two is considered, like, the best. In the Switch port of DMC3, they added style switching. Is that something you can't normally do? At least Skyrim has hundreds of fantastic mods that Diablo just doesn't. To be fair, there are mods for Diablo 2, and I think there might have been some for Diablo 1. Obviously, with 3 being online only forever, there weren't any for 3. But, like, even with the ones for 2, I never really bothered with them. I liked the base game enough, and I was like, I don't want to fuck up my game. Not like a Bethesda game where it's like, after a while, you're like, nah, I have to mod this. It's like a necessary part of the experience. 4 was pretty disliked when it came out. Really? I guess it's gained some popularity since. Maybe the DMC Devil May Cry put it, like, into perspective or something. Like, you know what, in hindsight, maybe 4 wasn't so bad, kind of thing. Style switching is not in DMC3, even in the HD collection. Huh. Hey, Ellie! How you doing? Happy Wednesday! Moo? How are you doing, Ellie? I hope you're having an okay day today. Yeah, I did it when they put the game on Switch. Interesting. So I guess I won't be able to do that then, since I have the HD collection. That's interesting that's only on Switch. It's like, I mentioned before, it's like how they added dodge rolling to Diablo 3 on consoles, but not PC. It's like, why won't you let us have all the fun mechanics? What the heck? PC players get nothing. No Bloodborne, no dodge rolling, no style switching. DMC Devil May Cry Dante is an outfit in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. I think it's funny that they still acknowledge that game exists. Like, I would have figured that with the going back and pretending, you know, never mind all that, and going back to regular Dante, I figured they would have just pretended that game doesn't exist. Kind of like, Konami barely acknowledging, like, Shattered Memories exists. But no, I'm surprised. It's pretty hot, to be honest. He's definitely a very specific kind of character that appeals to people who are very much into that specific style. I think they're neat. I think they can coexist just fine. Kind of like I think that Shattered Memories can exist just fine. Because after all, I mean, they went back to Devil May Cry 5, and yeah, they were just like, never mind all that. Whatever, this is a separate thing now. I think that's fine. I think that's just neat. Some people surprisingly don't hate the game despite all the problems they know about it. The combat looks like it works in a weird way. That is one thing. Whenever I've heard about, like, criticisms of, like, the DMC Devil May Cry, most of the complaints are all about, like, the story and characters. Not really so much the combat. I've heard the combat's actually kind of fun. Let's see. Thought you were saying about the Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was about to be a bit sad. I have to admit, though, that I haven't played very many fighting games, like Marvel vs. Capcom, or Tekken, or Mortal Kombat and stuff. The only fighting games that I've really put any time in were Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games. But not in a long time, for the record. Not in a long time. But those are the only ones I ever got good at. And not because I'm really into fighting games, but because I was into Naruto. Where did my health just go there? What the heck? Fighting games are for people with friends to play with. Oh my god. You know, you're right. That's like the big reason why I didn't play fighting games as a kid. Because you needed another player to play with you. Oh, that's so true. That hurt me in my heart. That hurt me in my doki, my kokoro. God damn. That was a direct attack. Problem is basically don't change the fucking continuity of a franchise. But yeah, the game looks kind of neat if it had its own story. Yeah, like if they just gave it like literally a different name. And like, this isn't Dante, this is, Derek or something. Just any other name. I think it would have been fine. Yeah, this is Dante with an O. With an O. Dante with an O. Totally different guy. Also, we found Shank. We just have to get past all the minions to get to him. There he is up there. Shank the Overseer. I do so much damage. And... dead. Yeah. Aw, yeah.
My, what a messy little demon.
Oh, yeah, the volume mixing's much better. Messing with the volumes, yeah, good choice. And we got a little catapult show. Very cool. He didn't drop anything really good, though. That's okay. That's alright. He dropped potions, and clearly that's all I care about. That's like half my inventory. Let's see, I love fighting games, but I don't have any friends to play them. It's the mood, it's the mood. It's such a mood. Let's see, I have Marvel vs. Capcom 3 if that helps anyone feel better. Shame. Don't say don't A and you don't new story. Just say don't A and you have a new story. Vigil. Just some slight changes. There you go, different game. Barely even an issue anymore. Don't stand in fire, that's not healthy. It's bad for your health. Typically. But for some reason when they do the celebratory catapults at the end there, it doesn't hurt us. It's fine. It's just a little fire. It's fine. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. On Marvel vs. Capcom 2 so I can play Gambit. Here we go. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, if there was a fighting game I wanted to get into. I don't even know which one I would want to focus my attention on.
Morning.
There's so many.
You're an even greater warrior than I expected. Sorry for underestimating you. As a token of my appreciation, I will craft sockets into an item of your choosing. And from now on, you'll get the best price for all my wares.
Nice. But we're not gonna accept his reward quite yet. We're gonna hoard his reward. But for now, technically that had more armor, but I like the fire resist a lot more on my helmet right now. Picturing Dante with a big fake mustache and a silly fake accent, totally different game. Yeah, definitely not Dante. That's his name. like how in League you have like definitely not Cho'Gath and like stuff like that, or definitely not Mundo. There you have definitely not Dante with the fake mustache and the top hat. Mortal Kombat for the gore? Mayhaps. I think the other thing that that keeps me from getting into like really into fighting games is the requirement to like memorize things like move sets. Like I can vibe my way through like a casual play like game of a fighting game with like someone in front of me, but like anything competitive, I don't think I'd be able to keep up. 17%. I might keep that. 5 to mana. Meh. And... meh. Okay. And I'll keep these. That's so much money! Why do I have so much money in my inventory? That's not good. That's just asking to lose things. Oh my god, I gotta clean my stash. Because the season ended, my non-ladder inventory got combined with my ladder inventory, or my stash. I have too many things. I have too many things. Too many things. I have a problem. It's fine. It's fine. When are you gonna buy me with all that money, Lucid? I mean, even with all that money...
How may I be of help?
Everything's usually so expensive. Like, look at this. This scepter. 100k? I'm not gonna spend that. You could absolutely find a better scepter just wandering around. Could buy you food, though. I'm always willing to buy food. It's my only problem. Could buy hugs. How much do hugs cost? Hugs are supposed to be free. That's what anime conventions told me. They don't... Do they even do free hug signs anymore? That's like, well... That's like such a old school thing, right? It's been a long time since I've been to an anime convention. Let's see, not my kind of thing. I like fighters where you can combo in any way you want, not having to wait till the combo's done. On the fly stuff. One thing I really hate about fighting games though is when I try to do attack but end up doing a different one every time. Ugh! I still don't understand how to do specific attacks in Smash, and I've played that like a couple times, and every time I'm just like, I don't know how I'm doing things. I just don't have the brain for it, I guess. Anime conventions need deodorant. Any large gathering of nerds needs deodorant. Oh shit, I filled up that tab. On to the next one. Heck, I still remember... I forget which PAX East it was. Oh, which one was it? It was funny, because I think it was the Twitch booth that was, like, just giving away deodorant. They just had a pile of Old Spice deodorants, and they were just shoving them at people. Like, by the armfuls. Like, please take these. I was like, hell yeah, free deodorant. I grabbed like 4 sticks. They lasted me for forever. I think I might still have some lying around somewhere. They were just... they were just shoving them at people. They knew better. They were smart. Let's see. Only people I saw wearing a free hug sign were people you would very much not want to hug from. I mean, I have social anxiety, so I never went up to those people anyway. I just saw them from a distance. I just looked at the signs and said, ah, that's neat. I'm never doing that, but that's cool. For some reason, my attack problem is in Mortal Kombat more often than not every time compared to other games. Been to enough metal shows to know that any large gathering of people need deodorant. Yes, this is true. But also as someone who went to college with a very large STEM programs, you knew which buildings smelled the most. Like I was in the game dev classes and stuff, and man, those labs had very unique smells. Whenever I had classes in, like, any other building, it was like, oh, this is, like, nice. It smells like, you know, fresh air and, like, you know, something that was cleaned recently, maybe, like, waxed floors. You go into the like, computer-y buildings and stuff with all the, like, comp sci kids. Holy shit. There's a reason why on every syllabus, every syllabus in those, whenever I had classes in those buildings, specifically said, please shower. I beg of you. If you're gonna use the labs, please shower. The syllabuses literally had to tell us that. That should tell you something. Hey, Mr. Dark Souls! Hey, yo! It is me, indeed. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Went to GalaxyCon last year. Got to see people dressed as Ruby characters and one person dressed as Jinx. Oh, I love seeing all the cool cosplays. Surprisingly, the first person to buy one booth shirts and a set all together. Ooh, a set. They said that one person bought each shirt from a different time they visited. That's neat. Kind of like buying like every year they get a different shirt. Oh, that's neat.
My concerns have turned to my men
Next
taken
quest.
prisoner on the battlefield by Bale's demons. I hate to think what's happened.
You said you can stop playing Dark Souls.
Journey up the mountain.
We'll get back
Keep
to
your
Dark Souls
eyes
on
open
Monday.
for my soldiers and bring them back to me if you can.
Don't worry, there'll be more Dark Souls on Monday. And now I have a better recollection of what the heck I'm doing in that game right now. You shower in pure imported mink musk. Oh god. You're like, I choose to be this stinky. This is my prerogative. This is what I choose. You can't stop me. Let's see, I still only level 25? Okay. What's a mink? Kind of like you know what a ferret looks like? Minks are kind of like very fluffy wild ferrets. You could think of it that way. Have you played Bloodborne? Not yet. Waiting for a PC port that will never come. But now that I have a capture card, once I figure out the dealio with that, maybe I could use it on, and maybe I could play it on my PS4. Maybe, possibly. I'm considering it. Here, let me switch this to F2 and this to F3 at this point, because I'm using this more. Here we go. So yeah, now we're looking for soldiers in the Highlands. Oh. Man, look how he's taking. He's barely taking damage.
I need mana.
What a bro. Where mink goes, evil stands aside. Man, whenever I think of like minks and otters and stuff like that, I just want to reread Redwall. I haven't read that series in literally like a long time. But for some reason, it reminds me of it, and I just feel like I gotta go back and remind myself why I liked it. It's been so long. What is the Redwall? It's how do I explain? It's like a fantasy like kids novel series where it's like anthropomorphized animals living in like an abbey, and they're like knights and stuff like that. It's kind of a it's an anthology series that's like doesn't really have like each book doesn't really have a tie into each other like story wise. Like, maybe a couple of them have, like, similar characters, but it's, like, different stories for each one. But I remember I really liked that series. Like, lovely world building and flowery prose about food. Oh, the descriptions about food. Like, absolutely delicious descriptions of, like, crumpets and like, scones and stuff like that. Like, ah. What about ferrets? Oh, I also used to have a ferret. A long time ago, though. But he was a cutie. What the hell? Did a cat? Oh, a catapult probably got me. Deleted the rest of my health. Let's see, that sounds neat. Yeah, I was really into like warrior cats and stuff at the time, and Redwall kind of bridged the gap between me liking warriors and then liking Lord of the Rings.
Yes?
Because it was kind of like Lord of the Rings vibes, but with animals. Kinda. Throw that in there. Throw that in there, because I have a problem. First, you need to watch Watership Down again. Oh, I love Watership Down. Yeah, Warriors was also a gateway book to Watership Down. Are these goblins or gremlins? They're all demons, I think. I don't think there's really goblins in Diablo 2. You get treasure goblins in 3. I think the closest thing to like goblins though, probably the Fallen. The Fallen ones. Which they change their appearance like every game. Like even in 4, I was watching the dev update and they're updating their appearance again to make them look more creepy and like foreboding looking. I don't want to see Watership Down. That should not be a kids movie. I don't really classify Watership Down as a kids movie, actually. When that movie came out, they were actually really concerned over who the audience for it was supposed to be. like the author of the book, like Watership Down initially started out as just like a story he told out loud to his kids during car trips. And they insisted, Dad, you need to write this down as a book so you can keep all the details right about the characters' names and stuff. Which is why he wrote it down into a book. He was like, alright, fine. I'll put it in writing. So it's like, technically it's like a kid's book, but it's also pretty dark and maybe older kids? Just like, little different. It's Disney. Did Disney distribute the movie? But no, I put it closer to tonally to like a... I don't know if you've ever seen Plague Dogs. That's another, like, what I would describe as like an adult animation, I think. Like, it's not really for kids. It's animated, but it's like an adult animation. And not like in the, oh, we're gonna make a ton of dirty jokes, hee hee ha ha, like the adult animation, like you see on like TV kind of thing. Like mature animation. Or like Feliday would also fall into that category, I think. If anyone knows that movie. Disney made it. Disney gives the impression they were a kids company. I heard it was Disney. I don't think it was Disney. I think it was actually like some indie publisher in the UK or something, I think. But no, I don't think it was Disney. I can see Disney touching something like Watership Down with a 10-foot pole anyway. It's not really brand friendly. Almost right-clicked on OBS. The dog in Watership Down is animated to perfectly represent what a dog looks like to rabbits. I believe that. Freaking terrifying. Grab that. Wasn't Disney? Yeah, that's what I thought. Company I've never heard of, so probably some indie company. Yeah, because I remember, because I've like watched videos and read about this kind of stuff, which is why I have like a lot of useless film trivia in my head. They had like a problem like finding a distributor because, again, they couldn't figure out what the audience for the movie was supposed to be. They're like, do we market this as a kids movie? It's kind of too adult for that, but will adults pay to see this? And I think it ended up still doing relatively well. Enough adults actually to go to see it. Disney used to help with weird animations. They helped make a movie where a lion wanted a girlfriend who, in his words, has a picture. I think it was about Noah's Ark. What? When was this? What year? Produced by Nepenthe Productions, distributed by Cinema International Corporation and Nepenthe Films. Yeah, never heard of them. I wonder what other stuff they would have distributed then. Looking on the map to see where there might be a pen of barbarians. I don't think there's one here. There's 3 of them that we need to keep an eye out for, and we'll be able to tell because they'll have like a white outline with like white fencing on the map. Let's see, there's a movie called Mad God. It's pretty weird, but cool. It's a claymation film. Oh, I love claymation. I've never heard of it too. Mad God. Mad God's a claymation film. I'm gonna remember to look that up after stream, because that sounds interesting. Yeah, there's a claymation game I want to play at some... well, 2, technically, because they had a sequel that I want to play at some point. I forget what it was called. Neverhood or something like that? I have it in my list. It's in my list of playing games. One of them's a platformer, and then its sequel... no, wait, the first one was an adventure game, like a point-and-click adventure game, and then the sequel was a platformer, I think was how it went. Might have been the other way around. But I'm super interested in playing it. It looks neat. Alright, it's teeth. You can't escape from the teeth. You can't dodge the teeth. Yeah, Neverhood. Game looks so cool. It really does. I know it's such a pain in the ass to do claymation, but it really is neat, like, seeing someone make, like, a game in it. Like, I wish there was more like that. But, again, understandably, it's a pain in the ass to do. I understand why not many companies would want to go through the trouble. Just play some old Clay Fighter. No Pinocchio got a claymation film. Oh, the Guillermo del Toro one? I adored that. Oh, anything by Guillermo del Toro is freaking great, though, to be fair. But yeah, I loved that. I cried. Oh, but it was so good.
I need mana.
There we go. We freed those barbarians. Be free. See, I hoard all these potions, and then I end up using them all anyway. So it's a good thing. I know what I'm doing, definitely. Yeah. Claymation and generally stop motion stuff is so cool. Yes, it takes so much skill and so much effort and time to do. Like seeing like time lapses of like any of like the development processes for these movies. Oh, just mind-blowing stuff. The amount of patience. Oh, I have so much admiration for it. It's like magic. You know what? Let's go to town. I need to restock up on potions. I need more mana. Mala, I need mana.
Good evening.
Let's see. I made a joke about Raiden saying my 1,000-yard stare is so thick I could pass as a Gumby character. Man, I remember Gumby. Did anyone else used to watch Gumby? I had a couple shorts on VHS, which is what I mostly remember. But I feel like Gumby's also sold that I feel like there's like a whole generation gap after a certain point that just doesn't even know Gumby exists. Looking at claymation games reminded me of The Dark Eye. It sounds familiar. That might be on my list. Like the Lego Movie stop motion, but actually CGI. I'm surprised they haven't done like a claymation-esque like Lego Movie. I'm surprised. I feel like that would lend itself really easily to that. Like, cause all you'd have to do would be like CG the faces. Let's see, really need to play that game. Top of stop motion, like, makes some of my all-time favorite movies. Yes! Oh, it's been a while since they've released a movie, though, hasn't it? Like, wasn't the last one they did the what was it? It was like the Bigfoot one? I think, was that the last one they did? I remember, I actually watched, oh yeah, I watched that over Christmas break and I forgot. It was okay. It was one of my favorite one out of the ones they've done, but it was alright. I did not regret my time watching it. Gumby was a mind trip? Yes. Yes. Yes, it was. That adventure game based on Poe poems. Yeah, I think I do have that on my list. I definitely remember reading about it. Hold on. No, I think that fire damage is only for melees, and I wouldn't want to be whacking anyone with a wand. That would be silly. That would just be silly. Why do I have so many keys? Right, and then a couple extras for the road. Okay. Let's see, I know Ben 10. Man, it's been forever since I watched Ben 10. Quack. Generator Rex. Lego movie with stop motion with CG effects only? Wait, all of it? Wait, really? Wait, was that the case? See, now I feel like I gotta go rewatch and see if I can catch that, like, with my eyes. Because it's been a long time since I've actually seen it, and now I'm like, was it really? Here, I need to consolidate these. Gonna be a lot of ding 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 for a second. There. This has been bugging me. 1, 2, 3. Boop. Oh. There we go. Nice and neat. Did anyone play Pop Tropica? I don't know if I've heard of that one. What's it about? Remember that time the whole Lego movie was a YouTube ad? I do remember that. That was... Man, what a memory unlock right there. Heck, you know what? Very recently, as in like yesterday I think, someone posted the entirety of Shrek 2 on Twitter in like 3 videos. I may have watched it. And that movie's still so freaking funny. See, remember when Lego games had no dialogue and they worked better than some games? I'll admit, I didn't really play Lego games when I was a kid. Aside from, I think I mentioned it. I might have mentioned it last stream. That I only played them really, like, at the GameStop demo kiosks. That was, like, the most of the Lego games that I played. But they did seem like a lot of fun. But I could only get, like, one game that we could afford to get, so I was like, well, there are other games I probably have more fun with, and I ended up getting those instead. Stuff like Halos and stuff. There, nice and neat. Look at that. We clean house. Nice. Okay. Alright, ready to go back. Man has fallen into the river in Lego City. Shrek hits different via tweet. I mean, it was pretty decent quality. And it's wild to me how simple Puss in Boots, his intro into was, compared to, like, how much they've expanded on his, like, entire backstory and stuff via movies after the fact. It's kind of wild. Please tell me your edgy years you played Bionicle. I didn't. But I still remember all the commercials. I thought the commercials looked freaking neat. But no, I didn't play Bionicles. Around the Bionicle era, I was in my Little's Pet Shop phase. Hey, Wilson! Hello! Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Sorry I'm late. You're not late. No, you're never late. Might be a me thing, but Lego games jokes were better when no one was talking. I think... God, speaking of... It kind of reminds me. I was watching some gameplay of Atomic Heart, and my god, the dialogue. It's kind of making me lean toward the... Man, I miss when protagonists were silent. So I think I can agree with that sentiment, that sometimes the body language humor and stuff in a game is better than cringy dialogue, sometimes. In a world with holograms. Let's see. Where's it because who the hell in space would keep a photo of all things as a personal picture? A Bionicle game on Game Boy? Yeah, there were Bionicles everywhere. Even if I didn't play it myself, I still, like, absorbed a lot of, like, Bionicle stuff just, like, from around me. Like, via ads and stuff. Gordon Freeman never said anything stupid. and yet he still has a little bit of a personality there. So it's like, I feel like if you're gonna have a protagonist that speaks, you can at least make them not horribly grating to listen to. And I feel like that's a mistake a lot of people, a lot of pro tags kind of end up dipping into. Oh, there's another. Bam! Be free. Free, brothers. We just have one more left. No cringy dialogue means no RE1 PS1 voice acting. That is true. If it's gonna be goofy, at least it could be like entertainingly goofy, as opposed to like gratingly goofy. Because I think there is a difference. Here we go. How did he not lose his glasses? That's a good point. Maybe he had like a string tying them together in the back. Maybe. Kind of like, oh, like maybe, like maybe they were the tie was hidden by like his ponytail. Because yes, I'm in that group that thinks that believes in ponytail Gordon Freeman, like his original model had. What Isaac from Dead Space? Dead Space, I think he was done right. I also have mixed feelings about Isaac speaking now. Because, like, most of the time, yeah, his new dialogue makes complete sense. It's mostly him going, what the fuck was that? Things are trying to fucking kill me. What the fuck? And it's like, yeah, realistic. Yeah, I believe that. But, like, there was also something, I don't know. There's something about a... Oh my god, look at all that money. Gimme. There's something about having to take advantage of a character's like body movements and stuff to communicate their feelings and things that I think can get kind of lost if people rely too much on dialogue in games. You can convey a lot in like a character's expression or even just body language. And so it's always impressive to me when a game manages to do that, like good graphics or not. Like people cried buckets over Final Fantasy VII's like iconic scene. And there's like no dialogue in it. And everyone looks like Lego characters and like all blocky and stuff. But it still works. And I just think that's neat. Yeah, his original model had a ponytail in the back. I don't know if it's the final one that made it into the final release, but an early version of Gordon had a ponytail on the model. Eat the puppy? No! Wait, come on, everybody loves Scrappy Doo Poochie? No. I think that's a universal no. Someone made a theory about Portal where, what if Chell, the playable character, wasn't deaf but instead blind and only the player heard everything? That sounds like an interesting theory. Isaac doesn't look like he used to, doesn't feel right. He's gotten progressively younger looking with every game. Because in the first game he looked like his original voice actor, and then in the second one he looked more like his new voice actor. And now he's kind of like a melding between them, but he just looks weirdly young compared to Nicole now. Let's see. Hey Tape, I see you there. Or at least proper use of narration rather than making the character talk too much. Sebastian and Thomas was alone are good examples here. Yeah, like you could use a proper narration maybe if the character can't speak. But I think it depends on the type of game you're making, I think. Whether or not you want like a narrator there, if you want like something more diegetic. Which like I think Fear does that well actually. Where you just have characters talking at you most of the time. I think that's fine. I think that's doable. Not mute but deaf, but oh, I see. I meant to say that Chell's mute, but someone theorized she was deaf. Interesting. I don't know, I never heard that theory. Narrator doesn't always work, but it's a good tool. Yeah, it's another tool that can be used, absolutely. Another storytelling tool. Depending on the game. Let's see. Playable character in Fear 2 doesn't speak as far as I remember, but he does in Fear 3. Oh no! That could mean either good or terrible things. Oh no. Oh no. What about the Dragonborn from Skyrim? They technically never speak? True, but Bethesda games though, you don't really make too many like active dialogue choices in, like, past Morrowind, when they stop being, like, completely, like, text-based. Like, in Morrowind, you can, like, say a bunch of stuff. You have arguably more of a personality there, because, like, you can fit a lot more dialogue into text. But, like, after that point, you're more just, like... And, yeah, you're not really a character after that point, though. Not really. It's not like a early BioWare game. Ooh. Like the Warden from Dragon Age Origins or something. Or Revan or any of those other characters from their older games. Before they went all dialogue heavy after Mass Effect. Always liked in Destiny 2 where they had voice actors for the player character that never talked until the character jump scared you and talking in a cutscene. Yep, I remember. I remember the huge internal discussion about, like, maybe we should have the characters speak. We're like, yeah, but we have to, like, make it like a big moment. I remember everyone was fucking talking about it. Or, like, because, yeah, it got really old having Ghost talk for the player for, like, the whole time. Like, it became, like, an in-joke where, like, the player character would go to almost say something, then Ghost would interrupt them every time. It was freaking infuriating. It's like, Ghost, shut the fuck up! Let me speak! Like, if they didn't keep calling attention to it in that joke, maybe people wouldn't have noticed as much, but it got really obvious after a while. Let's see. Let me scroll up, OBS. There we go. Show don't tell is a skill not a lot of writers have, but it's very important. Yes, especially in interactive medium. Yes. They do speak, they have dialogue choices, they just aren't voiced. It was voiced by Ocelot from Metal Gear, who also happens to be the medic from TF2? What? That's wild. Or like System Shock, Bioshock, where you have a primary talking character that they write well and weave it in the narrative. Yeah, because you don't speak in Bioshock. You just have characters talking at you, but you still have, like... I don't know, his name was Jack, right? Did he really have much of a personality? I feel like he didn't. But the world around him had so much personality, that kind of was okay. Immersive sim games, in general, I kind of like that. Like how Microsoft somehow kept Master Chief as the kind of one not to talk a lot. Yeah, man of few words. Master Chief speaks, but when he does it comes from... Sounds cool, plus he has pretty AI. Yeah, Cortana! You won't have to, Ultra soft mine. Did you say Revan, like Star Wars? Yeah! Because I was mentioning KOTOR. But I was like, do I want to spoil who Revan is? Maybe not. I'll be vague on that. Even though it's been so long since KOTOR came out. Is it even possible to spoil that game? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't make assumptions. You never know. Okay. Let's see. Cortana and Chief straddle the line in a really good way. Yeah, I think with Chief it was a good idea. Well, my ears itchy. I think it was a good idea to have him, like, only speak sometimes whenever he needed to, like necessarily say something. And then other times he's just, like, the strong silent type. I think that works for him. I think that works for an FPS protagonist in general, too. But then I do like, in theory, how they, like... Because I haven't played any of the, like, the 343 Halos. How they were able to expand on his character later. But the stuff I've heard about the show, on the other hand... no. No. See, clearly it's not a great game because the main character is buried under 200,000 lines of dialogue. God, that's probably not even an exaggeration for some games. It's like games like Witcher have, like, yeah, tens of thousands of lines. We all know why Souls games are best games, where the MC doesn't talk but the world tells the story, and Sekiro doesn't count because the wolf talks. I was surprised when Wolf started talking, I will say that. I was like, oh, I have a protagonist that speaks. I mean, I guess that makes sense because we're, like, a character this time. Which is another reason why Sekiro feels less like an RPG and more like an action game. Like how Doom Guy's voice works. We hear his voice every time he gets hit in the old games. We know what he looks like. When it shows him in the new games, it creates how he would look like no one who knows would care if we see him. And the one time he speaks, it's badass. and also a man of few words. Respect. Useless fun fact, Doom Guy is a Wolfenstein? What? Wait, are they in the same universe? Nani? Show really fucked up Chief's character. He refused to keep his helmet on, being someone who's been given the name Master Cheeks. Master Cheeks! Oh my god. Neville! Hey Neville! Welcome, Raiders! Ba, 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 ba. Welcome, welcome! Thank you for
Mabel
the raid!
_X rated
Where's
my
my
stream with 2
button?
viewers.
There we go. What were you playing, Neville? Welcome in! Welcome, Raiders! We're talking about dialogue in games while we wander through the snowy mountains. How are you doing? Sometimes less dialogue is more? Yes. Wolfenstein Games Doom Guy is the grandson of one of the playable characters. Oh wait, I did hear about this! I remember now. I have heard about this. That's it. That is pretty neat. I do think that's neat. New God of War games are really amazing. I think they took in a good direction. The new God of War games, I think, for me, maybe lie on the side of the spectrum where I think they're maybe too dialogue heavy. Or at least too heavy-handed with the dialogue, I think. But I'm the type of person that doesn't want an NPC constantly yelling in my ear how to do a thing. I just got to. Let's see. Knew I was forgetting something. Forgot the raid message. That's okay. I'm just glad you're here, Neville. I hope you had a great stream. You were playing more Final Fantasy IX? Nice. Did you have fun? I hope you had fun. Hope you had a good stream. Let's see. While we're on the topic of show don't tell, are we a silent protagonist in this game? No. We are also a only speak once in a while type character. For some quests we speak at the beginning, like when we enter into the quest area. Others we speak at the end of the quest after we kill a boss. It depends on, like, from quest to quest. And some quests we don't speak at all. And we also have multiplayer, like, taunts and stuff that we can do with the num keys.
Come on. This is yours. Thank you. Oops.
Oops.
Goodbye. Bye. Time to die. Time to die. Run away.
Yeah, so we're not silent. But we also don't talk very often. D3 is the one where you definitely get more talkative. Yes. Diablo 3 also kind of, I think, has maybe too much dialogue happening during gameplay. Compared to, like, 1 and 2. Like, if you have one of the companion NPCs with you, one of the mercenaries, they will never shut up. They will constantly be blabbering in, like, the whole time next to you. And after a while, you start to... After years of playing, I mean, you hear the same lines over and over again. Eventually turn the voice volume down. Hello? Where's... Oh, there we go. Wait, I think I still have to find 5 more soldiers. Hold on, we gotta go back. We're missing one. We're missing one somewhere. Slow the game down, too, with much dialogue. They really want you to slow down when they walk and talk. Yeah, there's a lot of moments where they just have long hallways that you are very obviously so that the character has enough time to talk to you while you're running. It's very obvious. So there's not so much staying a while and listening. More of, you're going to be listening to me no matter what, even if you don't want to. Don't worry, you can keep running, and I will still be talking. Let's see, didn't even know it was released yet. D3 is the one who's talkative. Half expecting D4 to contain a few novels of speech. I'm very curious how they're going to handle the story in 3. I feel like that's the thing we've heard the least about. Like, at this point, we kind of have a decent idea of what, like, the skill systems are going to be like, what the world is going to be like, the art style. We don't know too much about, like, story details or storytelling details. So I'm very curious how that's going to be handled. A cat's on you? Give them pets. They demand it. Random question? My prisoner, now listen to me. Deckard, wait, we can talk about this. Today was big stream, so I'm starving. I'm gonna get some food. Okie dokie, Neville. Yeah, go get foods. And also let us know what you ate when you get back. Which is more worth it? A character who rarely speaks, a character who never speaks, or a character who only speaks once at the end of the game? Depends on what they say. It depends entirely on what they say. It depends entirely on the writing. I think I could like any of those scenarios depending on how the writing is. And maybe even the type of game it is, too. Like, if it's a kind of game like a strategy game, I think it's... Or an RPG, I think it's way easier to have characters just talk endlessly. I think when it's an FPS or an action game, I think it's a little tougher to, like, still be able to tell a story over action, but also keep that balance of, like, delivering story while not interrupting the action constantly. It's a tough balance to hit, I think. Oh, there they are. Be free! Alright, now we can leave. Nice, nice, nice. God of War be like, carry this giant object, Kratos, so we have time to hit you with exposition. Yeah, I think I mentioned that before, that, like, something I noticed with the God of War games, the new ones, is that they make a lot of busy work specifically so they can force you to listen to more dialogue without interrupting gameplay. So they make a bunch of useless gameplay, like, here, climb this mountain for 5 or 10 minutes. Just so they can, like, shout exposition at you without, like, interrupting something important. And it's like, at that point, just let me stand still and, like, go grab a snack or something while y'all talk. You know, I can keep my headphones on and still listen while I'm over at the fridge. Let's see, what author from Red Dead, he's well written? I still haven't played the Red Dead games. I probably should, but they're also open world and I know they would take forever. The time I would have to spend. Bye, Lethal. Bye, Mr. Dark Souls. Have a good rest of your night. Compare Titanfall 2 with Half-Life 2. I haven't played any of the Titanfall games either, and that makes me sad because you can't really play them, or at least the first one, you can't really play the way you could when it came out anymore. I feel like I missed that boat. Which makes me sad. Let's see, run around this circle while we load the next area because we really want this to be a single shot. Doom Guy's the third type of character. I like how you can read his body language and we don't know what he's doing. The characters are asking to make sure they understand in a way. Yeah, like that's a scenario where that works, I think. Like, just have the character say, like, one thing at the end and it's like... But you still have, like, a good characterization of them from, like, other means, like body language and stuff. Like, you still get a decent idea of, like, what their, like, true, like, motivations and stuff are. Titanfall 2's based. I've heard it's good. I have. Especially from a lot of people that like movement shooters. I prefer cutscenes over busy work, but I thought that the new God of War game did that better than most. Better than most is probably a fair assessment, I'd say. I also really like cutscenes. Heck, I've said before, with everyone leaning so heavily into realism, why not just bring back FMVs? I enjoy watching those. Like, can we lean back into just campy FMVs? I would dig that. I would support that idea. Let's see. Titanfall 2 has frequent commentary between the player character and other NPCs, but it feels fluid and fits sequencing perfectly. Well, that's good. Yeah, there's some games that manage to strike that balance. Intern in Doom Eternal was such a good character. He was a fan that wanted to help and got too involved. Kind of like a... Oh, I think I get that. Half-Life 2 has a silent protagonist where all the commentary comes from NPCs around you at certain times, and most of it's during downtimes. Yeah, Half-Life 2 also handles it really well. And Half-Life 1, Half-Life 1 doesn't have much dialogue at all. When it does, I think it handles it pretty well. I still want Titanfall 3, but they left it behind for Apex. Alas, yeah. Why not keep both alive? Maybe. The reason why they killed Titanfall was so that they could have that live service game that EA wanted, right? So now that Apex is, like, super successful, maybe they could afford to go back to it. Maybe. Or at least remaster the old games. I think that would be good, too. I think if you see a remaster for the old games, I think that a third one will be inevitable after that, if they do well. That's my That's my prediction. Titanfall 2 is rad movement. It's your best friend is pilotable battle mech. It's everything I want in life. Speaking of battle mechs, there was that that Gundam multiplayer game. Everyone was playing that for a while, but now I don't really see anyone playing it. Is it still popular, or did it kind of fall off? That's sad if it fell off already. If you really like cutscenes, you really need to play Metal Gear. I know! Those hour-long cutscenes from 4, I'm mentally preparing myself already for when I eventually go to play those. Oop. Let's see, there are times when the player character talks, you don't know it's them. Oh, we found the cave. Bet he was an unpaid intern too, probably advertised as excellent learning opportunity. You'll get so much valuable experience for your next job where you might actually get paid. I enjoyed Gundam Overwatch. Yeah, Gundam Overwatch is what it basically was, right? But nobody played it with me. That's so sad. I hope it gets a resurgence or something.
I can't carry anymore.
I wonder why it fell off. Let's see. Oh, we technically still haven't started this quest, have we? Hold on, we can still get the quest intro from Mala, right?
How may I be of help? If it were anyone else, I would have
Entering
seen
into
her
the
dead.
passage might have skipped it.
However, Anya is not so easily beaten.
Hold on.
There is a matter
There we go.
which I hesitate
Just
to
pretend
share,
she's saying this right
but
now.
I believe you are the only one who can help me now.
At least we have this.
A young alchemist and daughter to one of our slain elders has been missing for some time. She is a strong, crafty woman with a spirit like no other. One night, just before your arrival, I overheard her and Nilathak arguing about her father's death. The next morning, she was gone. Nilathak has his own tale as to where she went and why. Don't believe him. I fear he's at the root of her disappearance. Please, if you can, search for Anya and bring her back to us. She'll know what to do about Nilathak.
So we have a traitor among us. Among us. See, he was willing to break the rules too. It's like that partner character who doesn't have unneeded attention and his help was more important when it counted. Most people I tried to get into it couldn't get used to the booster system and said they felt slow. Oh, I see. Characters are slow, but you're supposed to boost dash a lot. Without it, the game is brutal. That makes sense. Hey, Venji! Hello! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday. As you can see, Nilathak is also gone now. How are you doing, Venji? Hope you're having a good night. Are you playing around with the new streamer bot stuff? I know you were excited about that. Was that a sus bean bouncing around the screen? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Oh.
Moo?
Moo? Forgot to talk to Kane. You are? I knew it. What's some of the neat things that they introduced?
Yes?
Yes? They fixed a lot of the broken Switch API stuff? Oh, thank God. I know a lot of people have been talking about stuff being broken, and I've been scared to, like, mess around with it too much because of that. Replenishes quantity. But I'm not gonna make an Amazon anytime soon. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Ooh. Cold resist 23%. Ooh. But that 10% faster cast rate. But 23% cold. Oh, but 28%... Oh. 20% lightning resist. Ah, but the cast rate. Oh, I just realized when I said that out loud. Out of context, that sounds like a totally different word. As opposed to 2 words. Let's see. So, do you know about runes in this game? I never understood how they work. Rune words? Oh, God. It's a kind of a pain because it's the real pain is getting a socketed item with enough sockets to make the rune word that you want to make. Which basically, you're gonna have to get, like, white items as opposed to, like, yellow or blue items. Because it's way easier to get the right number of sockets for those. Yeah, rune words are a nightmare. Hey, Syrup! Did anyone hear that Susan Waluigi? Wojcicki? Is that her name? Isn't in charge of YouTube anymore? Yup. And the person that replaced her is even worse! Yay! Just can't win. Now it's some guy who encouraged nuts being on YouTube? Like, what kind of nuts? Nuts on YouTube. I'm like peanuts or yeah, specifically cashews. Yeah, I did read about that. It is shitty. Nuts. I was thinking about it so seriously too. Let's see. You need a white item with the right amount of sockets and then the specific words to form the rune word. And you can find like lists of rune words and stuff online. As for getting the right number of sockets, there's a few Heraldric cube combinations you can do to get a chance at getting a right socket. But Larzuk, his quest reward for this will guarantee putting like the max number of sockets if an item can handle it. So if you're like in like really late game, like hell difficulty or something, and you have an item level, a white item with an item level that's high enough, you can give it like the max number of sockets for that item. So it's best to hoard his reward until you do. I still want my fucking dislike counter. God, I really genuinely feel that getting rid of the dislike button was a horrible mistake. Because it's like, you can't tell what videos on YouTube are like legitimate or not, and which are just like misinformation or etc, etc. Because the dislike button was at least an indicator for something like that. Now it's just, there's nothing. Like, maybe you'll get lucky if you read comments. Except for YouTube to die even more than it already is. I think YouTube is one of those things that's probably too big to ever truly die. Like, it'll probably just change forms constantly, but I don't think it'll ever go away forever anymore. They added an is test argument to Twitch events, new C# methods, the ability to read specific lines from files, making little databases easier to make, new actions to get Twitch follower and subscriber counts, and a completely revamped Twitch speaker to be called SpeakerBot. Damn, there's a lot of stuff. This when YouTube was still good. It's a little over a decade ago. God, YouTube of even a few years ago is just a different animal. Just, it's not even the same anymore, like at all. Here, I'll play some of these greater health potions. The prick decided to enforce fucking pistachios over almonds. The madman! Oh, I like both pistachios and almonds. Oh, like Jordan almonds? Oh, so good. Hurt your teeth, though. They're so hard to chew. Fortunately, the YouTube plugins to bring back the dislikes bar still works. Nice. Yeah, I also have an extension on Google Chrome to bring back dislikes. It's very valuable. Oh, it stopped people from disliking videos for fun. It encourages fucking scams now, right? Thank you for the stretch. It's like, at what cost? At what cost? Was this the right way to do it? Turn YouTube dislike will bring back the counter from the API, but you still have to wonder if people are using dislike the same way they used to. I don't think... That's a very good question, though. And I think that's a question that YouTube probably asked themselves before they got rid of it, too. Was, what do people use this for, actually? 1 to curses is kind of nice, but the only curse I really use is Amplify, and I just keep that at 1. Because upgrading it many more just expands the range of how much it casts over. So I'll... That 6 energy is nice, though. Okay. Yeah, I'll throw it away. I'm hoarding this ring, though. Let's see, you can't use add-ons on mobile. Yeah, that's the only thing, is that you can't use them on mobile. Which sucks. Let's see. Where... Put you right there. I have so many more runes than my other characters. Oh. Forgot that one's full. There we go. Let's see. Hey, Nana! Nana mostly enjoys Chipotle almonds. Chipotle almonds? I don't think I've tried... I've never tried that before. I've had wasabi... pistachios, I think? But I've not tried Chipotle almonds. I hope you're having a good Wednesday, though. Hello! See, kids, YouTube went downhill and it started with a monkey that tried to protect it. Oh, God. Wait, was... I guess that was kind of around the same time that, like... I think it was a coincidence, though, that everything seems to go downhill after that point. I think that was just a cosmic coincidence. I think. Dislike counter, I heard, shows how videos were more reliable over others. Yeah, like, I think YouTube had the impression that what the dislike button was supposed to be for is for curating your own personal recommendations, which is not how everyone was using it. I guess StreamerBot added actions to allow you to ban, unban, timeout users. I don't know if I would trust something... I don't know if I would trust automating something like that, though. I'd be afraid of accidentally banning people. Like, that at least I prefer to do, like, manually, I think. Wasabi peas are weird. It was a sign of the end times. It definitely was the point where mainstream news started to feel like reading The Onion every day. I will give it that. Ooh, nice. Hello, Benji. Hello! Oh. Oh, something I was mentioning on Discord. Something that I really hope is a— oh god! There's an elite! Someone in there super fast! It's this one. No, don't die! He's dead! I'm dead! Don't kill me! No, don't kill me! They're so fast! Holy shit, I lived. They were so fast. I need to go get my guy back. Oh my god.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. How did I fucking survive that? Oh. Let me catch up with you. Yeah, they dead then. YouTube doesn't get better. I'm gonna question the sanity of old people who won't accept that things don't work like they used to. I don't know if YouTube will ever... I don't know if it'll ever be the same again.
Hello.
I don't know if it'll ever get really better. I think just different. Probably work on larger streams, but probably wouldn't work well on people sub 300 to 500.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Old doesn't mean right, but I'm willing to talk to open-minded people. Yeah, absolutely. Should always keep that attitude in general, I think. I think most people can be swayed to change their mind if you just find the right avenue to reach them. And some people are just extremely hard to reach. And some people are so far down rabbit holes that maybe they can't be reached at all anymore. But I like to believe that most people can be. Let's see, don't kill me, I'm level 1, Lucid. Do not drop good items. You never know. The chance of dropping a decent item is never 0%. Right? Even the creator of YouTube was surprised to see the dislike counter choice. It's like the creator of YouTube and like the creator of MySpace, Tom, they both had the right idea. They sold their stuff and got the fuck out. And now they're just living life and like, damn, good for them. Evening, how's Diablo going? It's going good! Hey, Hot Rod! How are you doing? Hope you're also having a good night. Also, I forgot to grab my guy. I forgot where I came out here. And also, I didn't put my... Did I put my money away? I did. Because I'm silly like that. Susan made promises and lied. I mean, that's just CEOs in general. That's just corporations in general. I don't know why anyone expects corporations to be, like, truthful or honest or anything like that. I just don't trust corporations ever. I think that's just the safe way to handle life. Let's go this way. Might as well. I have the waypoint over there. Doing alright, can't complain. That's good, I'm glad. Glad you're doing well right. They don't gotta appear before Congress like Zuckerberg. Exactly. They took their money and got the fuck out. And honestly, good for them.
Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see. Agreed? Yes, agreed. Corporations bad? Always a good mindset to have, I think. Corporation bad. Pretty much can't go wrong. Tell me the name of the VR company owned by the Lizard Man. I prefer thinking of him as more of a robot. See, never trust corpse? Yup. Don't trust the corpse. Nope. Will buy your wares, but I do not have trust your words, corpos. It's like, I buy your things for convenience sake. Not because I agree with any of the fucked up shit that literally every corporation under the sun does. Because the real evil is capitalism. Which, speaking of, and my brain is all over the place. I was gonna talk about earlier, before I got interrupted by the super fast demons that almost kicked my ass, about how I hope in Diablo 4 that they have like more absolute shadow values. Because that's something you don't really have as much in 3. Quack. You, like, in 3 you can see, like, everything. Like, the light radius isn't really a thing. Not really. So it's like, there's less tension of, like, shit just flying out of the shadows at you. Like, look at that shit. Just hiding back there. Get back here. But yeah, I hope that's something they bring back for 4. But yeah, that was what I want to say earlier. Bring back light radius. It adds a ton of suspense. It does, at least in dungeons. Like, I can see the overworld not being like that, but like, at least dungeons. Make dungeons spooky again. Might do good stuff here and there, but their main goal is always to make monies. Yes, they are always forever motivated by profit. Even when companies do something that seems like good or altruistic, it's always with the mindset of making money, because that's, you know, that's capitalism, that's corporations. If they think it's financially beneficial to them to be like pro-LGBT, for example, that's when you get like corporate like pride stuff everywhere, and it's like, do they actually give a shit? No. They're just wanting to make money. And we have to always remember that rainbow capitalism is a thing. Oh, so reminded me, I've been seeing discourse on Twitter about whether, well, there's always discourse on Twitter, about like whether or not VTubers or streamers should be political. And like, I feel like I can't help making political statements every now and then. I feel like games in general, for the most part, are pretty inherently political. Even if you don't think they are, they definitely still, like, are influenced by the politics of the people that work on them. Especially, like, writing and stuff. Moo. So, I don't know. I also think it's a good litmus test to every now and then just, like, bring up stuff like that. So people in chat, like, if anyone's not on board, can, like, understand what the vibe is. Ooh, there's Glacial Trail. We don't want to go there quite yet. Let's see. Heard that hot tub streamers call themselves VR tubers? VR tubers. Hot tub. I don't know if I get the joke. Oh, wait, no, I see what you're saying. Because they were using the tags falsely, right? That's right. That was a thing, too. Personal is the political. It's inescapable unless you go out of your way to shut down conversations. Yeah. Oh.
Thanks.
Don't die.
Not enough mana.
Okay, he lived. But yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, even if we don't talk about it, it's still a part of our everyday existence. It's unavoidable. Did that get fixed? Nah, I don't think so. I think people just stopped caring. People just stopped talking about it, because nothing is... It's clear that Twitch doesn't give that much of a shit. And at the same time, I can almost see why it's almost unenforceable. Because then, like, if someone's using, like, the LGBTQ tag, for example, how are you going to enforce if that person is, like, an LGBTQ ally or, like, member of that community or not? You can't really. So if they start policing one tag, suddenly it becomes, like, it could become a whole new discourse thing over what tags do they need to be monitoring and stuff, and do they need to be checking people's identities, and I can see why Twitch would just want to wash their hands of it and be like, let's just hope no one, no one thinks about this for too long. It's just easier for them, like, money-wise.
Not enough mana.
I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. It's understandable. This capitalism, blah, 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 blah. I'm running for office. Fiber internet in every home is my slogan. Honestly, we should absolutely socialize internet. Because, I mean, taxpayer money literally funded the foundations for our internet service. All the infrastructure, the internet infrastructure was publicly funded. And then afterward was privatized. So yeah, I absolutely believe that. We should just nationalize it. Give everybody internet. If you're a streamer and you want to talk about this stuff, then go for it. If it makes you uncomfortable and nothing's wrong with not talking about it, yeah. But I think it also lends the question of, like, what do you consider to be political discussion? Because I think, depending on who you're talking to, you'll have wildly different answers. Like, I know, I've seen streamers who even think that, like, bringing up, like, any kind of current event is considered politics. But then I know people who are, like, with the exception of, like rights issues and stuff, that's acceptable. But, like, for other streamers, it might not be. So, I don't know. That's why I don't have, like, a no politics rule in my stream. It's gonna be inevitable. And it's probably going to be me that brings it up. Let's see. It's calling yourself a VTuber when it shows you almost bare ass in hot water, which breaks TOS. Because, again, like, what if you have, like, a hybrid streamer who does VTubing sometimes and they just forget to, like, take the tag off one time? I don't know. I feel like there's too much room for there to be, like, gray areas there. And it would take too much time to solve that. I don't see Twitch caring enough to try and solve it. Let's see. If it helps any, I try to understand things when people bring up politics and ideals. All internet, all sushi. Internet is basically utility at this point. It should be. It absolutely should be. Like 100%. 1,000,000,000%. We're a corporation, we have no strong opinions on anything unless having a strong opinion will increase profits. Then we're very concerned. Yep. 30 to mana. Does sound nice. But fire resists. I'm gonna hoard it, but I'm not gonna wear it. For now. Let's consolidate a little bit. There we go. Let's see. They can make a second channel. I mean, they could, but I feel like hybrid streamers shouldn't need to be punished. I think for some people being, and it's a lot of like popular people too that aren't gonna get punished anyway. Like being punished instead. I don't know. I just feel like it's not a battle worth fighting. I guess. I feel like there are more pressing concerns.
What do you need?
Other battles that are worth fighting, that are actually winnable. Throw that in there. Alright. Streamers can talk about whatever the fuck they want. If people don't like it, just don't watch. That is also true. Safety portal. I alternate between cam and avatar, and I'm not making a second channel for the days and I'm too lazy to be on cam. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. But also, you'll never see my face. You'll never see me on cam. I promise you that. I feel like I'm always so out of the loop when it comes to politics. Like, most of the time I'm under a rock playing video games. I have to force myself to go back under the rock, because I'm, like, painfully online. Like, you hear the term, like, terminally online or chronically online. Like, yes, I'm all too self-aware that I am. And it really made me spiral mentally a few years ago. And I have to actively, like, try to disconnect myself every now and then so it doesn't just drive me insane. Like, learning to pick your battles, what things to care about, when to speak up on things. Realizing when it's just Twitter being Twitter. And, like, focusing on actionable things that will actually do things. I think it just takes time to figure that out. And I don't think I have either, to be clear. I don't think I'm the expert on that. But I at least feel better mentally now than I did a few years ago.
Not enough mana.
It's good to compartmentalize a little bit and disconnect. It's better for your brain. Your brain's not meant to be constantly taking in bad news and shitty, like, happenings, like, constantly, over and over, just traumatizing yourself over and over. You gotta give your brain a break. Let's see, got rumored of that rock. I work in finance, so I hear way too much about politics every day. Just the biggest rock, with tons of games under. Let's see, I don't like when people jump to conclusions and don't try to communicate when someone makes a joke and they take it the wrong way. I mean, in general, that's something I've been seeing so much of lately, is people seeing, like, one person make a statement, and then people just run with it, without verifying if it's true or not. And, like, so many things can be avoided if people just stop for 2 seconds to, like, verify information before just spreading it like it's 100% fact. It just really bothers me. I think media literacy in general has kind of been dying. Wish I wasn't so terminally online. Maybe I wouldn't be so annoyed about all the wizard game shit. That's kind of partially what I'm alluding to a little bit. But I'm talking very broadly. Because there's always something happening. But man, that shit's been heartbreaking to watch. It really has. Seeing all my friends getting harassed and stuff, and just so much pain everywhere. Oh, speaking of pain. Hey, Pain Raven! Welcome in! How are you doing? A cuddle rock? Monkey was not meant for computer. Our poor little monkey brains. Yeah, bolts. Come to the game, Rock. We play in Gmod and eating snacks. Maybe covered in syrup. Syrup-covered rock. Let's see. That's why I say it's what I remember. Seen people get uppity over this kind of thing before. Yeah, and obviously sometimes it's completely understandable why people are, like, super upset. But there also comes a point where I think it stops being productive. And I think when something is repeatedly trending on Twitter for like a week or some shit, and nothing's really changing, it's just people just being angry and getting angrier at people being angry, it just kind of becomes a loop, and then the whole initial point gets lost. And I see that loop, that cycle happening every fucking time. Every time. It doesn't matter what the subject is. It's the same cycle. And I wish people would just, like, stop for 2 seconds and, like, think more about shit they say, who they're saying to, who might be listening, and fact-checking shit. Just, it's frustrating as hell. Let's see. Only thing I have to say on the Wizard game matters that piqued me very precious and I'm very sad. Yeah, that's a case of probably someone that just wasn't even aware. Especially someone who's, like, overseas or anything like that. Are not going to be aware of, like, a lot of this crap. And I feel bad that this was how they had to find out. What a way. But yeah, I do hope she comes back. I hope anyone that, like, in good faith understands what the actual problems were, I hope they do return and, like, make it clear that they understand what happened. As opposed to, like, doubling or tripling down. But unfortunately, when it comes to, like, internet celebritydom and things like that, those are kind of the two avenues. Is either apologize and maybe try to show, like, change through actions and stuff and just hope that your audience will be along for that. Or double down and know that your really hardcore audience isn't gonna leave anyway. And then just become worse. And I see that cycle, and every time I'm like, please don't pick option B, please don't pick option B. But reminder that you should never hold anyone on a pedestal. Not me either, for the record. You should never hold me on, like, on a pedestal either. Because at the end of the day, I'm also only human. I'm only human. Flesh and blood I'm made. Let's see, you got this, so that means you support this person even though you just wanted to play a game. This will pass and no one will remember it after it's... That is one thing. I think if this hadn't happened, considering how mid this game was, it probably would have just been a fart in the wind, if not for all of the discourse surrounding it, just blowing it up so much. The Streisand effect, I think, did have a little bit of a thing that happened. I think that did kind of come into play a little bit. But it's also an extremely popular franchise either way. It was going to happen regardless. But I don't know if it would have been this big. Just sucks to see. Ugh. Or just ignore and remember that the internet has goldfish brain and will forget. The internet's kind of a fickle thing. It'll either forget instantly or it will never let you forget ever for the rest of your life. Doesn't matter, like it's like a decade later, the internet won't forget. Depends on the thing. Make sure you get consent before holding someone on a pedestal anyway. That's true. Consent is always important. There. Wait, that's not on you. Why do I have the... Oh, she's up here. I was like, someone on a pole? Wait, no. That's not the key. There. Lifted my hand off my keyboard. I lost all my hand placement. Negative, I'm a meat popsicle. I mean, if it's cold enough, we all become popsicle. Don't kill me! Oh, I think I'll live. Did I speak too soon? Nope, I lived! Okay. Oh. Me driving on to see you right now to lift you on a pedestal for a bad joke. No, Benji, no! Don't do it! Lucid, you're such a hypocrite. We all need to know how to on a pedestal. I mean, I'm also pretty self-aware when it comes to that. Like, I'm aware that I more have an infatuation with the idea of a character in my head. More of a fan... Like, more of a fantasy than, like, any actual depiction of him in the game. I'm painfully self-aware. I know. My name, Lethal Lucidity. Painfully aware. Need Diablo something much more. I got into Diablo 2 when I saw people were selling grandfather swords in Windforce. Also, wait, hold on. I forgot to say hi to someone. Lamaya, hello! I see you there. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great Wednesday. Hello, hello! Let's see, one time I got to see Game Grumps in person and seeing them right there on stage, it felt like I could see them as people. And it's like the pedestal they were on was gone. It felt nice. That's kind of how I felt when I started going to... When I started going to, like, PAX East and seeing, like, game developers, like, in front of me, like, on panels. And, like, when I was in freshman year of college and stuff. And that's when it really hit me that, like, we're all just people. And it's kind of a good realization to have that, at the end of the day, all these people that we, like, look up to or that, like, work on things that we love are just people at the end of the day. And people are going to be flawed and complicated. For good or for bad. Let's see. So I got into Diablo 2 and I saw people were selling grandfather swords and Windforce bows for $1,000 each. People were paying tangible money for software weapons. Yep, that is pretty... I think that's still a thing, actually. Which is, I think, why they had the auction house in D3. Because they were like, people are doing this anyway. Let's have an, like, in-game way to do it. And I wish they had kept the money auction house. Not the, like, real money, but the, like, the gold auction house. I wish they'd kept that. But maybe, like, regulate it a little bit more, because bots made that shop unusable. Like, it was understandable why they deleted it after a point, but I feel like the implementation could have been better, but in theory, I think a gold shop or good gold trading or something would have been fine, in theory. Time to build that Lucid pedestal. No! No! Left to get a drink and caught. Hold on. Hold me on pedestals. Now I'm starting a bad religion. Bruce Wayne has shown a lot of interest already. Oh no. No, don't do it! Just got done paying your taxes? Oh man, I have to do mine. Good luck though. Sorry about getting to see Grumps live, but I don't remember if I said it before. Any famous people is just really popular person? Yeah, it's just a popular... It's just a person that got really lucky, basically. Be flawed and complicated until they're all replaced by AI? God, that's another subject altogether. Only people I have on pedestal are Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers, and Dolly Parton. Oh, those people were pure. LeVar Burton, God, there's a few good beans. Steve Irwin. There's a few beans.
Hero, Neelathak did this to me.
Dun dun dun.
If you've come to help me, my only hope lies with Mala. Please, tell her you've found me.
She real cold. She's all shivering. It's incredible how, like, really does look like one-to-one, basically. That's so neat. That's so neat. Sweet. I specifically want to see Kevin Smith because I knew he was just some nerd who liked movies, and he was even more so than I could have imagined. He does strike me as someone that's just like a big nerd. Afternoon. He's like, he just like me, for real, for real. Relax on, only your pixels are frozen, you'll be fine.
Good afternoon.
Do you think Diablo likes soup? I think he likes gazpacho most of all. It's already cold, so he doesn't have to blow on it. Benji. That hurt. That bun hurt me. I felt pain. Him and Bob Ross were real men.
Moo.
Moo. Danny said that he... Oh! Quack. Danny said he liked how my state was not only the first to demand a strip chant, but that we did it in the first 10 seconds. That's amazing.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
And he trapped her with a freezing curse. Here, take this potion to Anya and give it to her. That should release her.
Okay. Wish I were LeVar Burton. I wish I were LeVar Burton. Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand that sentence.
Hello.
Our talks are nice. Fortunately, he couldn't afford to buy some gazpacho. He came back from the casino and blew it all. Yeah, I remember he was in Roots, but it was more the sentence itself I was confused about. I mean, also, I haven't seen Roots in forever. Like, I think we had to watch it in middle school? God, it's been so long. I want to say 7th grade? I want to say 7th grade was when we watched it together. I think. I'm like really digging in my brain. Let's see, I'll link it later in Discord. Yeah, if it's a reference to something, yeah, I'd like to see that. I like it here, it's comfortable. Aw, I'm glad you're comfy. I don't, I've been, you know, speaking of Twitter discourse and stuff, one of the things that I've been seeing is, like, talk about, like, people who advertise themselves as comfy. I don't really brand myself that way. I just kind of, I don't really, I'll be honest, I don't brand myself any particular way. I think I just kind of be. I don't think I'm really good at acting. So I just kind of wing it. Anything that you see of me is just me being, just me vibing, just me branding. I mean, aesthetic branding is one thing. I mean, like vibe branding, I guess. Because, like, I'll go totally gremlin mode in certain games. I'll be, I guess, incidentally cozy playing other games if I'm feeling cozy. I don't know. It's an interesting thing I've been thinking about. Pick up these puns, I'm gonna punch you with Mephisto. Okay, that's a good one. Should I hoard this bone helm? No, it's Act 5. I might as well wait until we get to the next difficulty before I start hoarding white items to get sockets into. Might as well. Because then I can get higher item level and more sockets. What I want, though... Yes. Just bring my dude back. Yeah, we're glad to have you here, Silver. We had to watch Gone with the Wind because it was Alabama. Oh, God. Yeah, when I was in school at that time, we were in Maine, and honestly, like, my middle school experience, we watched a lot of really, like, iconic movies during my middle school days. Like, that was when I watched Roots, that was when I watched, that was when we watched Diary of Anne Frank. I wonder if middle schoolers still watch that stuff, though. I do wonder. I feel like there's been a lot of, like, censorship recently. So I do genuinely wonder, like, what kids are actually learning. That model ear twitch gives me life. I'm glad you like that. Let's see. Oh, let me scroll back up. This might be a me thing since I like that shop menu gives me space reach. Oh!
Jorge Harambe is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Jorge. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. I like that the shop menu gives you space ratio before you buy the item so you know if it fits. Oh, yeah, I do like that, actually. That's such a good point. See, my brain is at a made of 75% shitpost. Valid. Let's see. Only got to watch Child's Play in middle school until one of the parents complained. That reminds me when I got my language arts class to watch Poltergeist. Technically, it was PG-13 at the time. Really dropped the bomb. What does Child's Play have to do with school? It's probably for like a Halloween thing, I would assume. Learn American history in Minnesota, so being taught the same time period again in the South was wild. Oh man, yeah, you have wildly different curriculums depending on where you are in this country. It is kind of wild. Also depending on like who's teaching you and where they're from too. Like I had a, I think I've talked about my AP US history teacher, right? I feel like I've probably talked about that before. But like, God. Ugh. Here, we freed her. Why won't she let me use her portal? Now I have to waste my own. It's fine. I'm not even mad. Speaking of monkey around me. Got super lucky that all my history teachers were really cared about history. That's awesome. When you get teachers that actually care about what they're teaching and are like well versed in it, that's like the best. Feels unfortunately rare. Honestly, it's probably that passion that made me love history so much now. That kind of passion's infectious. I could see that. Like, my teachers that, like, made the most lasting impression on me growing up were my art teachers and my English teachers. Which is maybe is why those are like my two favorite subjects that I did the best in. So, I think it makes sense. Like, maybe if I'd had more inspiring math teachers and stuff, maybe I'd be better at math? I don't know. Hard to say. Oh, I see that stretch and hydrate. Hey, why even? Ah. There is no saving. It's always saving. Thank you. I feel like football coaches are always history teachers. Really? That wasn't the case in my school. At my school, the football, like all the gym teachers and stuff, doubled as our health teachers. They didn't. Oh, and actually, that's right, the football coach taught us, he taught one of the math classes. He taught the business and finance class, which taught us how to do taxes and stuff. That's right. It was the class where we had to learn how to, like, calculate our own insurance and shit. Ugh, I hated that class. And he just let all of the football players just, like, get easy A's in that class, too, because if they failed that class, then they couldn't play. So they all conspired to make sure that they all got decent grades. Let's see, I don't know why we need to read Diary of Anne Frank if we learn all that things happen were bad. Let's see how we need someone's personal experience is important for the same thing we're learning and how obvious bad it is. I think it's incredibly valuable to have that perspective, though. Like, it's not... I think you need more than just saying thing bad.
Good morning.
I think you have to show that perspective. I think without really showing that perspective, like, especially with, like, Anne Frank's diary being, like, a first-person perspective, I think it makes it easier to empathize. And I think if you're too separated from something, like an historical event, it makes it really easy for, like, for example, all of, like, the Holocaust deniers and stuff to exist and be like, there's no way this actually happened and all that shit. It's a lack of empathy. And it's heartbreaking, you know? That people just can so easily deny things that definitely fucking happened. So yeah, I think that stuff should be absolutely required reading still. I think they should read more. They should watch more. Maybe Schindler's List would be, like, a little too much, maybe, for middle school. But I think it should be required watching at some point in a school career. I think. Maybe, like, high school. It's weird to me because most of the history teachers I encountered tried really hard, but they were working against a sort of cultural tide that wanted to gloss over a lot of things. And focus more on American exceptionalism and the global relevance of our culture. Yep. Sometimes you do get teachers that want to do more, but they're just held back by a structured curriculum they have to adhere to or things like that. First-person perspective gives more detail than normal history teachings don't cover. Feelings, fears, day-to-day life. Yeah. It brings you closer to the subject. And, like, I think you need that. I think you need to have that reminder of, like, the humanity behind these tragedies, you know? Like, I think that's incredibly valuable. Had a computer teacher that taught, like, IT and networking. Also taught us how to build PCs from scratch. And it was how I built my first gaming PC. That is awesome. I do wish more schools had stuff like that. Yeah, my dad taught me hardware stuff. I was lucky enough that my school did have, like, a very early internet, like, class that taught, like, HTML and stuff. But by the time I graduated high school, it was all outdated. But at least it gave me, like, a foundation. I had to watch a movie where it showed how a child died in the event and I couldn't handle it. Don't like messed up things. It's uncomfortable. We'd have to learn about these kinds of details. If it was optional, it'd be nice. I can understand it'd be very uncomfortable to watch stuff like that. That's why I think it's something that, like, should be, like, later. Like, middle school I think was fine for me. But, I think sometimes we do need to be confronted with uncomfortable things. Because uncomfortable things are always happening around us anyway. And we do need to acknowledge when terrible things are happening. Otherwise, we end up kind of complacent in it just continuing to happen, you know? But that's just my opinion. Let's see, World War I badge, sure. Read a German soldier's journal from the Western Front, then you know it's bad. Yeah, exactly. It gives you that it solidifies that perspective. Someone who works on student management system, teachers have to work on making sure they hit a certain number of core topic standards. Yeah, and with, like, standardized testing, too, you just, like... I had teachers that would have to, like, interrupt or even drop entire curriculum lessons to stop everything and do standardized testing and training. And that shit sucked. Like, Black History books being banned in libraries. Yeah, that's, like, oh, God, everything that's happening in Florida. Ugh. It's frustrating. It's understandably frustrating.
Good morning.
She keeps telling me good morning. I do believe you. The part of the movie was people being sent to take a shower, and it showed a dog chasing a kid who was waiting in line. It's heartbreaking. It really is. But, like, that's the thing. You can't look away. Like, you have to see and acknowledge that it happened. Everyone learns different. Everyone learns different. Implements standardized testing.
You have proven yourself a true hero to me and my people.
Florida's its own special brand of confusion. Yes.
I hope you can bring an end to Bale's reign of destruction.
Florida and Texas.
Our Council of Elders is gone. My father Ost among them. The one thing that keeps us from total despair is the promise of vengeance against Bale. Thank you, hero, for rescuing me. To show my personal gratitude, I give you this. I had it custom made for you by Larzik.
Ooh, thank you.
Neelathok told me he struck a deal with Bale to protect
thank you for the
Harada.
hydrate.
In exchange for the demon's mercy, the misguided fool plans to give Bale the relic of the ancients, our most holy totem. Doing so will allow Bale to enter Mount Ariat unchallenged by the ancients. I tried to stop Neelathok, but he imprisoned me in that icy tomb. Neelathok must be stopped before he dooms the whole world. As much as I would love to strangle the life out of him, I'm afraid I haven't the strength. You must go to his lair through this portal I've opened, kill him, and then bring back the relic of the ancients. Stop Neelathok from destroying what we have striven for eons to protect.
Alright. Off we go. Let's see, I didn't know I was allowed to say I didn't want to watch anymore. Maybe a warning would have been nice at least, but I don't remember getting one. Yeah, I think... Especially when you're that young, watching subject material like that. Oh, I still need to get my reward for this. Oh, did I not talk to Qualkek after that? Hold on.
Afternoon.
Didn't I rescue all the soldiers? What? Is this quest bugged? Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, at that age, I think it would have been acceptable to be able to, like, walk away or maybe watch it later or something. Because yeah, at that age, some of the more intense scenes I could imagine would be pretty intense for a kid. What are the chat avatar templates from? I made them! The little dream beans! I made them! And I made all the little accessories on them too. And I plan on adding more. A Blizzard game. Bugged. Shocking. I mean, I feel like this game is actually surprisingly less buggy than, like, a lot of modern games. It's kind of rare to run into a bug. Everything that is going on around the world can be handled a lot better if we all came together and worked on a solution all by ourselves. Like, oh God, if we had solidarity across so many lanes, we could get so much done. And it's a shame that we don't. And we're constantly just like crabs in a bucket pulling each other down. And it makes me sad. Was early high school probably old enough for some people? Yeah, that would have been old enough for some people. But yeah, I think it would have been... Well, I guess I wasn't there. I don't know how that teacher would have been. But I think it would have been acceptable to say that, like, to, like, want to be excused for, like, some of the more intense scenes, I think. They probably would be more considerate, like, these days, I think. I think teachers are more considerate of, like triggers and stuff like that these days. Because at least when I was in school, not really so much. Didn't really get a lot to say in what I had to go through when I was younger. Angry bees in a... Yeah, or like angry bees in a jar. I think the crabs in a bucket analogy works really well. Because like all the crabs are pulling each other down into the bucket. Not allowing anyone to try and rise up and get out. In first grade, I was forced to watch Neverending Story in class. I love that movie. Had to watch that poor horse slowly go... Ah, that scene! I love that movie. And I saw that movie when I was really young, too. But I ended up really loving that movie. Even if it makes me cry every time. But maybe that's one of the reasons I like it. I tend to like a lot of movies that, like, make me feel something. Like, any of the Disney movies that made me cry. Like Fox and the Hound or Lion King. Just... so many tears. I love them. Love the movie too. Artex, no! It is so much sadder in the book. Because in the book, Artex can talk. Like, he talks to Atreyu. And he's very vocal about what he's feeling in that swamp of sadness. And it's so sad. It's so much sadder. Holy shit. I was not prepared when I read that book in high school. Like, after the fact, I was like, wow, this was so much sadder than I even could have imagined. Oh god, yeah. When the rock biter's like, when he's like, these strong hands, and he couldn't save his friends. I can't.
Thank you so much for bringing Anya back to us. I have devised.
Glad I didn't read it. I didn't know that. The book is really good, though. It's one of my favorite, like, most recent books that I read, and that was a long time ago. But it made a big impact on me.
She has urgent news concerning Nilithok.
Yeah, we kind of already talked to her. It's okay, Mala. It's alright. Thank you for the resist. Oh, hello? To the bone spear? That alone. Yes. I do want that to the bone spear. That is worth it to me. Alright, sorry, shield. Oh god, where am I gonna put you? Oh, okay. Right there. Perfect. Let's see, it's a big reason I love horror. It makes me feel strongly. I think that's also why I really like horror. I think one of my coping mechanisms for things that scares me is that I become, like, really obsessed with it. Like, this thing scares me. I must now understand everything about it so it doesn't scare me anymore. And, like, then I become fascinated by, like, the technicals of it, and, like, like, horror is a great genre. It's, like, a safe way to experience, like, scary shit, where it's, like, you know you're safe. And then there's, like, some really cool technical aspects to, like, bring that stuff to life. I just love the genre. It's great. Let's see. Might be a hot take, but speaking of Disney movies, I fucking love Treasure Planet. I love Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet's so underrated. It's such a shame that Disney didn't care about that movie, because I love that movie. Let's see. Felt sad in the swamp of sadness. Surprising. I saw Fox and Hound a number of times, but I don't remember how much I saw. It is an older movie, so I feel like it's probably a little on the slow side nowadays. Wield the head, make them dead. Doesn't help that he was such a gentle giant, he said, in his stupid racing snail that made it hit deep. That whole everything about that scene just breaks my fucking heart. It's such a good movie.
The familiar scent of death.
Again, talking about smells. I'm telling you, the necromancer is his big thing. He smells death and demons. He's a very strong sniffer. Here, this is an easier spot to be able to try and funnel these, I think. Ugh! They hit so hard!
I need mana.
No, you don't. There, now we can use the doorway and... Here we go. Music and Treasure Planet is just so iconic. Yes! I agree. Grab the portal. There we go. Oh no. No, stay down!
I need mana.
Yeah, see, these zombies, they can stand back up. Get back! But it's a good source of experience, though. Look at these big, strong hands. The scene with his dad leaving. Yeah, that scene makes me cry every fucking time. That scene alone boosts that movie up, like, considerably in my, like, personal rankings of Disney movies. This was a really cool area. Yeah! This whole area is very cool. I like the diversity of, like, areas that they have in Act 5. Like, it's all snowy, but it's, like, different kinds of snowy. Different vibes per snowy area. It doesn't suffer from the Skyrim issue of, like, everywhere feels kind of like the same. Yes, like Riku smelling darkness! Yes! I've made that comparison, and I will continue to make that. Let's see. People that will insult others for not liking the never-ending story. That's right, Jack Black was in the third movie. The third movie's so bad. But Jack Black's at least funny in it. Or at least entertaining to, like, be in that movie. But yeah, I wouldn't disparage anyone for not liking a movie. Different strokes, different folks, you know? Ninjas with the Onions are on the way. My first introduction to Jack Black. My little sister had the movie on VHS, watched it a lot. How was your first Jack Black movie? That's wild. I guess that can make sense, though. I'm wondering what my first Jack Black movie was. I don't know. Let's see. This act in Diablo 2 is definitely an upgrade from the rest of the game. There's a different level of interactivity, and the music score turning basically to the music that sounds like it came from the movie was cherry on top. That it came from a movie. Yeah, I really wish we could have seen what Blizzard North's Diablo 3 would have been. Because they had already started working on their version of what Diablo 3 was going to be, like, shortly after this game, shortly after they finished this game. And we just never saw what that could have been. Because, you know, Blizzard South killed it. But I'll always wonder. I'll always wonder. Because they definitely were, like, figuring their shit out by the time they got to, like, making Lord of Destruction. Like, what could have been? There's an alternate universe where we got the Blizzard North Diablo 3, and I wish I were there just to see what it was like. Even the setup in this area is awesome. Like, look at this, the Halls of Anguish. And, like, look at that. There's, like, so much death and skeletons everywhere. Like, it's so... the environment design. Like, even originally, it just looks so different from even other, like, caves and dungeons that you'd be, like, wandering through. It feels different. I do like what they've done with the details, though. Like, adding more stuff. Earliest one I remember was School of Rock. I love that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, though. I should watch it again. Jack Black is such a gem. Dude just seems like he'd be a blast to talk with. He seems like he'd just be a genuinely nice and fun guy to hang out with. Absolutely. But again, you should never hold people on pedestals. But yeah, he does seem like he'd be fun to hang out with. Earliest one I remember School of Rock. What was a weird movie you guys saw as a kid? For me, it was Rocky Horror. Never really saw the horror. Any Mel Brooks movie? God, I'm so excited for History of the World Part 2. Let's see. Now I need to rewatch Spaceballs. We ain't found shit. Comb in the desert. God. The movie's so great. Jack Black was one of my favorites in Celeb Princess Bride thing. Yeah, I still have that. Then my watch later on YouTube, so I can watch that. A weird movie I saw. I've seen a lot of weird movies. What's the weirdest one I saw specifically as a kid, though? Weird movie I saw as a kid. I guess it depends on your definition of weird. Because, like, there's weird, like, rockadoodle weird, but I think that's probably tame. Probably. Then there's, like, the Fly remake with Jeff Goldblum. That's, like, pretty weird. That one fucked me up. I had to palate cleanse with Lion King after that movie. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Oh! What's the one? Invaders from Mars or whatever that was? With the Martians with, like, the brain, the exposed brains and, like, the giant eyes. Those fucking terrified me. Like, that shit gave me Mars Attacks, that's the one! That one gave me fucking nightmares. But I saw it as an adult, though. I really enjoyed it. But I definitely would not have appreciated it as a kid. It just terrified the shit out of me. But as an adult, it was fucking hilarious. And now I'm not afraid anymore. You hear me? I'm not afraid anymore. Which movie was that from? Page Master? That's also a good movie that I haven't seen in a while. Also kind of a weird movie, actually. I think that also qualifies as a weird movie I saw as a kid. Page Master. Barely remember when the Mars attacked. Saw it as a 6-year-old when it first dropped. It was probably around the same age that I saw it, when I first saw it, at least. Movie where Tony Maguire was with Jeff Goldblum, Home Alone, I think? Yes, that was Home Alone! You're right, yes, it was! It was absolutely Home Alone, thank you! That is exactly what my brain was pulling from. Well, then they turned the nuclear missile into helium. Mars Attacks was on a whole different level of crazy. The freaking bark talking they do? God, there's so much in that movie, it's just nuts. Actually, I should probably give it another watch, because it's been a couple of years since I've seen it. I feel like I'd appreciate it seeing it a second time again. Maybe I'll make that one of our... maybe I can make it one of our movie night options sometime. Like to vote for. Friday the 13th, Jason Takes Manhattan. God, just the idea of that is weird. But it sounds like fun anyway. Another movie where Tony Maguire was acting with Robert Downey Jr. too. Killer Clowns from Outer Space was up there. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that one, but I feel like I need to because the game's coming out. And I know a lot of people that really like that movie. Remember watching Plan 9 when I was a kid? It took me so long to end up watching the Saw movies, but I ended up loving them because of how plot twisty they are. I still need to... I've only seen Saws 1 through 4, I think? But I did like them. That kind of reminds me of when I, like, binge-watched all through all, like, the Hellraiser movies and decided, I really like Hellraiser. Or Nightmare on Elm Street. I think those are two of my favorite horror franchises, out of, like, the lengthy franchises. Friday the 13th is alright, but I think I'm just not as big into slasher movies. Like, they're, like, mindless fun, I guess, but I don't really think about them too much after the movie's over, you know? Not compared to, like a Child's Play or, like, Nightmare on Elm Street type stuff. Oh, yes, or Stephen King. 9, that movie was fucking weird and it worked. When I heard about the book, I found how messed up King was. Well, he was, I mean, even he's talked about how he was really fucked up on drugs when he wrote that. Even he is like, I don't even remember writing half that book. Which, like, good on him for at least being honest about it. But yes, that book is a thing. There's some very strange scenes in that book. But yeah, even King's like, I don't know what the fuck I was doing. That was his weird era. Old slasher horror movies from the 80s were where it's at. Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, Ghostface, so freaking iconic. A bot! Ban? Yes, that worked! Bye! We're just like, ooh, a bot. Let me get him. Let's see. Guess Ghostface was 90s? Yeah, 80s and 90s. 80s and 90s, like, horror movie villains. Very iconic. Heck, most of them are still around. Most of them are coming back. What year is it? Because we're getting a new Scream. Child's Play, we have a new TV series that's... Well, I guess it's not new anymore. But we have a TV series that's currently airing. Like, man, everyone's coming back. Halloween just finished its reboot. It's like 3rd or 4th reboot. Yeah, there's a TV series for Child's Play. I still need to watch it. I've heard really good things about it, though. I've been spoiled for a few things in it that make me more excited to watch it. But I need to find, like, a moment to just sit down and, like, binge it. Who thought a movie of the book was a good idea, though? I mean... I've seen them adapt worse. I've seen Hollywood adapt worse things. Be gone, but... Don't really like King. Guy can't write an ending to save his life. That's true. His endings usually are pretty... either bad or boring. He does really good setups, though. But yeah, he's not really as great on sticking the landings. My top 3 horror movies? Oh, God. That's a tough one. It also really depends on my mood. Anytime anyone asks me, like, my favorite anything, I'm like, I don't know. Picking favorites is hard. I really like Poltergeist. I like Child's Play. I like, Exorcist. I like Rosemary's Baby. I like... What else do I like? The Others I like. There's so many horror movies. I've seen so many. I like Hellraiser 1 and 2. I like Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm trying to remember which numbers from that one I like. Dream Warriors is probably my favorite one from that. That was pretty fun. Alright, I need to sell stuff. I need to sell things. Here. Yeah. Return of the Living Dead. It's hard for me to consider Return of the Living Dead a horror movie because it's too funny. It's like Shaun of the Dead. Like, technically they're horror, but they're so funny. But they are very funny. I do like those. Out of my favorite zombie movies, Day of the Dead. Like the OG Day of the Dead. And the OG Dawn of the Dead are probably my favorite, like, horror, like, scary zombie movies. Nana's very flavor of the day person, so that's a tough question. Yeah, I'm a flavor of the day kind of person. You ask me on a different day, I'll give you different answers. Let's see. Also, like Japanese horror, like Ju-on and stuff like that. Also fucking scary as hell. Scream was basically made as a parody. Yeah, it's funny how Scream kind of, like, went full circle and went from being, like, a parody of horror to being just straight-up horror. And then Child's Play kind of went, like, the opposite route and, like, started out serious and then went parody and then circled back to being kind of sincere again. It's kind of funny. When you see the TV series for Alex Rider, I need to read more of the books, though. One of Japanese Man of War is the first Alex Rider book. I don't think there are really horror movies. My favorite are... Oh, I know Cube. Yeah, Cube's pretty good. Repo the Genetic Opera, and House on Haunted Hill. Yeah, I read the book for House on Haunted Hill. I still haven't seen the OG movie, but I saw the remake that they did, The Haunting. Which, that's okay. Definitely dated now, but it was alright. I do want to try and find the OG movie, though. How about... Oh my god, how did I forget about The Thing? I love The Thing. The Thing is... Maybe that's one... I don't know, it's definitely in my top favorites. The Thing is so good. Let's see, House of the Dead was a weird movie adaptation to a game. It was nothing like the game. That's because it was an Uwe Boll movie. Any Uwe Boll movies are not going to be anything like the game. They're going to aesthetically maybe look like the game that it's based on, but it's not going to be anything like it. Like, that's true for, like, the Polestar movies he did, or Blood Rain, or anything Uwe Boll does. Did you watch Adult Swim at all? I did. Mostly later in life, like mostly in high school. But yeah, I watched like Robot Chicken and Family Guy and stuff like that. Mostly waited for like the anime to start late at night. Give a weird answer, say that House of a Thousand Corpses is my favorite. Ooh. Actually, I have been meaning to watch that. That's on my list. Let's see. Continue the horror movie dialogue. I like this. Let's see. Poughkeepsie Tapes? I don't know if I've heard of that. And, OG Scream. Was House of a Thousand Corpses even scary? I have heard of Jacob's Ladder, of course. Silent Hill's based on, very, very heavily inspired by Jacob's Ladder. So yes, I've seen it. Very good movie, absolutely. Very, very different kind of horror than, like, the ones we've been talking about so far. More of, like, a... yeah, psychological horror. Very different. I love psychological horror, though. It's one of the reasons why I really liked, I know, like, most of the Hellraiser sequels get a lot of flack for being fucking terrible, but I think it was the 5th one that was kind of Silent Hill vibes. Gave a lot of Jacob's Ladder vibes, too. The one with the detective. Let's see, really liked House 2. More of a comedy horror? I don't know if I've heard of House 2. Was there a House 1? Was it also good? Thing is amazing, and I love Carpenter's score. Yes! I think The Thing was a neat movie, but then again, I think a number of movies where a character had a Bee Gees haircut seemed like it worked in a way. Like the OG Amityville. I also like the OG Amityville horror movie, actually. Let's see. Rob Zombie movies are fun, but I definitely prefer his music. Yeah, Rob Zombie movies... I mean, there's at least, like, a passion there, but, yeah, I don't know if I'm really on board with liking them, like, content-wise. Isn't Jacob's Ladder a weird piercing that... No, it's a different name. Different word. Was it a horror movie? It was alright. Exorcist, John Carpenter's The Thing, OG Poltergeist are a few of my faves in pre-CGI era. Still hold up. I love practical effects. Absolutely. Hold on, let me sell this stuff. It's like, as decent as they are, I'm not gonna be playing a melee character unless it's like a seasoned character. So it's not really a point in me hoarding that stuff. If you're wondering why I'm selling potentially good things. Ooh, that poison resist, though. No. It's so hard to just let it go. Let me see. Did I miss anything? Special place in my heart for all the direct-to-TV sci-fi channel movies. Something special about movies that only aim for the bare minimum horror tropes with way too much overacting. Those kinds of movies are definitely charming in their own way. I definitely agree with that. There's something charming about a movie that's just kind of trying to do its own thing. Maybe not the greatest, but man, they got the spirit. And I need more mana. More mana from Mala. Weren't the Silent Hill movies like the games? Yeah, but that wasn't Uwe Boll. That was, for the first movie was Is it Christoph or Christopher Gans? I think I pronounced that right. I forget who the director for the second movie was, but the first director's coming back for the Silent Hill 2 movie. So that could either be good or bad, depending on how that goes. Because there were definitely some questionable decisions when the Silent Hill 1 movie came out. So, I guess we'll see. I'll stand by House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, and most of this first Halloween movies being good. Heard from one thing that you go to Silent Hill to kill your wife, but I heard from a different thing that you go to save your wife, but fail. For Silent Hill 2? For Silent Hill 2, you're just looking for your wife. Because James got a letter. Let's see. Alright, I think we're ready to go back. One of the Silent Hill games? Yeah, 2. 2 is where you're looking for your wife. And that's the one we're gonna get a remake of the game and a movie soon. And man, I hope that they're good. Well, missed. Let's see. The Puppet Master movies were a favorite of mine as a kid too. I still haven't watched the Puppet Master movies, but I've wanted to. They've been on my list for like forever. Where is this exit? This dungeon's freaking huge. I'm gonna take my chances in this corner. First Silent Hill movie was good, the second was terrible. Yeah, the second one is so bad. The first one I think nailed the atmosphere at least, and the special effects are really good. the utilization of the game's soundtracks. Oh, because I love the Silent Hill soundtracks, and that movie is just filled with so many good tracks from like all three of the first like 3 games. Just absolutely solid, like best of hits Silent Hill soundtrack. Find your wife, kill your wife, same thing. No, very different things. So I once seen a Silent Hill movie involving barbed wire, and that's why I don't like morbid horror the way others do. Yeah, it's different, again, like I said earlier, different strokes, different folks kind of thing. I know exactly the scene you're thinking of, and I love that scene, but I also have a very high tolerance for things like gore. It takes a lot to, like, make me feel genuinely uncomfortable. But I have a pretty high tolerance for that kind of stuff. Because I'm very much aware of, like, the technicals and stuff behind things. That was my, like, coping mechanism when I was a kid, was, like, understanding the thing that scared me. So whenever something starts to scare me, I either make jokes, or I think about the technicals, and I'm like, ah, this is how they did that thing. That's neat. That's a cool way they made this come to life on screen. This definitely fake thing that's not actually happening. Like watching the behind the scenes for like Alien and like seeing the dude in the costume and stuff. It's so fucking neat. Let's see, regardless of the decisions made in the first Silent Hill movie, I stand by their Pyramid Head. Their Pyramid Head is definitely pretty nice. But he's definitely not our red pyramid thing. He's definitely like his own thing. It's more of an homage to Pyramid Head, not like true Pyramid Head. A very specific Pyramid Head. I'm glad that at least in future games they just gave him a different name altogether, like the Boogeyman. To at least like separate them as like different things, just like different town executioners. Which, seeing Masahiro Ito's every now and then he posts on Twitter about like his thought process and stuff behind like Pyramid Head and like what inspired him. Very interesting stuff. Get you a man that can remove your skin like bones. That scene is so fucking wild. Oh my god, finally we found the halls of pain. Look, Pain Raven, it's your home. Get that Pyramid Head was jacked, but why is he carrying the medal? He's actually super jacked, only in the movie, really. And games that came after the movie. Because, like, in Silent Hill 1, he's not really all that jacked. I mean, 2. Silent Hill 2. He's closer, like, James's height and, like, build. He's not really, like, super buff. But the movie changed all that. And now everyone thirsts for the Pyramid Head. Like the TV show Face Off. Oh, I have seen that with the monster makeup and stuff. That stuff is so fascinating to watch. I went through like a kind of a makeup phase at the beginning of quarantine, and I loved watching that kind of stuff. I watched a lot of like makeup YouTube videos and stuff. That was when I was really trying to figure out how to do like goth makeup looks on myself. But I haven't watched a makeup video in a long time, so I think that phase mostly ended. I still know, at least I learned a valuable skill. I can at least do my own goth makeup now. Let's see. Was there only one in the movie now that I think about it? Only one Pyramid Head? Yeah. There's only one Pyramid Head in the movie. In Silent Hill 2, there were 2 red pyramid things. But you only saw, like, one at a time until the very end. What if he chose a different shape for the Pyramid Head? Hexagon head. Dodecahedron head. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't just... I don't know if it has the same ring to it. Not sure sphere or cube head would really work at the same level. Sphere head. Cube head's not real. He can't hurt you. We have Pyramid Head at home. Pyramid Head at home. Hey, Cabal! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday! How are you doing? Why exactly was he in the story? What was his backstory? In the movie or in 2? Because there's different explanations. There's different explanations for any time he appears, technically. I think the only time there's not really as much of an explanation is Silent Hill Homecoming. But you can kind of infer the reason, just based on, like, the context of the story. And Pyramid Head's original, like, origin as an executioner. Silent Hill featuring Conehead. Cagehead exists, though. We also have Safehead from Evil Within. Which we have the safe head as an option for you guys to wear on your dream beans. God, run. Oh god, run. It's Normal Head. He's coming for us. Tired, sick, but seek and recover. Oh no. I hope you feel better fast. It's no good that you're feeling sick. I'm sorry. Any movie, game, anyone. Well, in Silent Hill 2, James manifests, Pyramid Head to punish himself for what he's done. And I'm guessing you haven't played the game, so I won't spoil what exactly he's done. But he's done something really bad. He's done something really fucked up. So, in his own guilt, he seeks to punish himself. So, he manifests, Pyramid Head to chase him around and basically force him to confront what he's done. And at the end, when he realizes what he's done, he's finally remembered what he did, he can finally defeat the Pyramid Heads, and he realizes and says, I don't need you anymore. Because he doesn't. Because he's finally acknowledged what he's done, and he decides to take, like, responsibility or whatever. In the movie, in the first movie, they don't really explain it. And then they try to make up a bullshit reason why in the second movie, saying that he was, like, Alessa's guardian, which is so not true, that, like, holy shit, that's, like, so not true, but, whatever. So, movie reason's different. And Homecoming is kind of similar to 2, in that, the main character, Alex, has done something fucked up, but I think, beyond Alex, I think it's more his parents. Because his parents are really the ones that see, that you see Pyramid Head, like, interact with the most. Until the very end. I won't say which ending or what happens, but there's something very relevant with the Pyramid Heads to Alex toward the end. But in general, the Pyramid Heads kind of just exist to be like town executioners and like punishers of the guilty kind of thing. In general. James is just into that, hey goodness. I mean, I don't know. Would that be too out of... I think that actually lines up with his character. Let's see. Yeah, get well soon, come on. Was it, like, horrible and he should die? Or he's fucked up and he deserves to suffer? The second is worse. I think it depends on how you feel about it when you hear what he's done. Because depending on who you ask, it could be either one. You could either view him as someone that is irredeemable and deserves to die, or someone that maybe could be redeemed. I think it depends entirely on your own personal values when you play through the game. Because personally, I'm a little bit more of like a, I'm a little bit of a bleeding heart. I like the happier ending, where he gets to have a little bit of a redemption. I've explained why during hello? There we go. My actual playthroughs on stream. I'll try to not give too many like hardcore spoilers though here. You stay down. Stop getting up. There. Could probably use more health. Yeah, more health. Dang it, I'm still not level 30. Okay. Let's see. Stephen King's The Shining was one of my favorite horror slashers next to the Nightmare on Elm Street saga. I do love The Shining. Kubrick's The Shining. I've seen the mini-series that Stephen King did later for The Shining, and that one was okay. A little more boring, but definitely more accurate to the book. And I think has a better characterization of Jack, too. He's a little more of a understandable, sympathetic character. And less of, like, psycho, crazy, murder, like, the whole time. Like, Jack Nicholson, like, he's great. He was great in that role. But he definitely looked like he was gonna kill people, like, even at the beginning of the movie. Like, the miniseries one, I think it's more of a, like, more of a descent. Let's see. Was him in his prime. Murder a sensitive topic, like torture, similar? Did he vote to get rid of the dislike button? Because that's unredeemable. Yes, it was James's fault. Listen, I watched Adult Swim way back. Anyone here else watch it too? Yeah, or even like to watch like Toonami at like after Adult Swim. Let's see, absolutely grew up on it. I remember for a while before we had cable, it was kind of like the channel or like the part of like Cartoon Network that I would see like only if I visited friends' houses. Because otherwise we didn't have access to Cartoon Network or Adult Swim. It was like, ooh, this is the channel I shouldn't be watching, teehee. This is the Adult Swim channel, and I'm like 8 or whatever. Let's see, did James kill someone or did he do something worse? That would be spoiling, wouldn't it? Didn't watch Eric Andre when it came out on Adult Swim. I feel like I missed out. I also didn't really get to watch that, and I also kind of feel like I missed out. A lot of like the really wacky shows on Adult Swim, I feel like I missed. I think the wackiest show that I like watched more than a few episodes of, just because of the timing of when it came on, was Super Jail. And that was a wild, wacky show. Very interesting animation, though. Let's see, watched Adult Swim in my late teens and early 20s. That makes sense timing-wise, I think. From... How old is Adult Swim, actually? Like, when did it first air? I'm realizing I don't actually know. Adult Swim was the best. Took a class on it in college. They showed off a lot of cool behind-the-scenes stuff. Oh, so cool! I love that kind of thing. I bet that class was a lot of fun. Adult Swim Bleach hits me in the nostalgia. Or Adult Bleach Death Note. Ah, oh, freaking love Death Note. And I think Adult Swim was the first place I saw like a glimpse of it. Death Note is the damn best. I still love Death Note. I know a lot of people consider it pretty mid these days, but dang it, I still really like it. Perfect Hair Forever was one of my favorites. I don't know if I've... I don't know if I've seen that. You never got into Silent Hill? Well, it is definitely a pretty dark series to play through, and you said you're a little more uncomfortable with things like torture and blood and gore. I could recommend just watching a playthrough of it then. Because then it'd be easier for you to like look away at like the really like messed up parts. I think that's a nice thing about watching streamers play games too, is that like there's a little bit more of a separation. You can look away if you need to, things like that. Whereas when you're playing, you kind of have to keep pressing W. You still have to keep moving forward. Still have the book somewhere too. Need to find that. Warden being the best and worst character is the weirdest shit. That show was so weird. Super Jail? God. Very interesting. It was kind of like so bizarre I just couldn't look away. Just bought the Death Note anime set? You did? Like the whole thing? Nice. Even like the side stories that came out afterward were pretty decent. Or the novels, because yes, I did read the novels. I still own a copy of Death Note, Another Note, what was it? The Los Angeles something case. Oh, it's been a while since I've read the title for it. It's really long. But it's one that shows like some backstory between Elle and a certain other character that's introduced early-ish in the show. And it's like a detective murder mystery. Very good novel. I really enjoyed it. I think Cowboy Bebop was on Adult Swim too. Yup. I think that's also where I first saw it. Just pick up the Death Note Blu-ray. Just got Cowboy Bebop Blu-ray. Very good taste. Good taste. Good taste. Blink. For some reason, Dead Space is one thing for me, but seems like Barbed Wire is something else. Oh, seems like the Barbed Wire. For a second, I thought of the movie Barbed Wire. No one should be thinking of Barbed Wire in 2023. But yeah, no, I could see that. Like, the barbed wire scene is, like, very excessively bloody and gory. Dead Space... I mean, everything's already dead in Dead Space as well. So it's, like, less, like, people being tortured and just, like, dead bodies and stuff being, like, cut into pieces. So I think there's a distinct difference there. I can understand that. Let's see, I'm too weak to play horror games. I love to watch other people play through them. I think that's totally valid. I think that's completely and totally valid, and I am out of mana potions. I'm gonna get more. Adult Swim watch party time? Oh god, but there's so many shows. How would you decide which ones to watch? Like, I've only ever seen, like, bits and pieces of, like, so many of the bazillion shows that they had. Like Squidbillies or Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Inuyasha and Adult Swim was what really got me into anime. That's what got, like, a lot of my friends, into anime, and I don't know. I never really got into it, and I don't really know why. You would think it would be something I would like, too, which is, like, really bizarre to me. Like, on paper, it's like, yeah, I should have been super into this, but for some reason, I just didn't? I don't know. And, like, maybe I could get into it now, but... I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's one of those things that I'll finally just sit down and, like, binge the whole thing in, like, a week or something. That and Naruto. Yeah, Naruto. Speaking of franchises that just make me sad to think about now. Movie called Barbed Wire? Yes. It is not... How old is that movie? Barbed Wire is an 80s movie, right? I don't remember when that movie came out. But Pamela Anderson was in it, right? I think it's been a long time since I thought about that movie. Let's see, when you die in Dead Space, it shows more detail than Resident Evil 6. Yeah, Callisto Protocol really tried to... really tried to be like, oh, no, you think that's gory? We can show you even more. Just explodes your head into a pancake repeatedly. No. No. Pick it up. There we go. Repair my stuff real quick.
What do you need?
Next movie night, we must binge watch all of Death Note. I would be all too willing to do that, but that would also take so much time. Also, I don't want this money in here. It should be over here, where I can't lose it if I die. People are into genres of anime. A lot of anime is all about power scaling, while some people like slice of life. Death Note was literally a detective mystery. Yeah, Death Note was a detective story. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, like, influenced by, like, all the discussions about, like, justice and what that means and things like that. Because I did find that stuff genuinely interesting. And it did get me thinking, you know, when I was younger about, like, what does it mean to fight for justice and stuff like that? Because you have like, two very distinct perspectives on what justice is in that show. / manga, of course, because, you know, I've read the manga as well. And I don't know, it is interesting to think about. And watching the descent into madness on Light's part, because, like, how power corrupts absolutely and stuff like that. Just, oh, it's so interesting to me. Wanted to buy Naruto, but there's too many. I believe that. Sure, Kaguya kind of sucks, but that's the only really bad arc of the series. I mean, the Kaguya stuff was definitely... anything that... Once they introduced aliens was just fucking bonkers. But I don't know, I feel like the quality started going bad around the Kage Summit arc. I've gone on rants about this before. Like, the fake love confession from Sakura, like, that was, like, destruction of her character. She never came back from that. But yeah, just everything after chapter 698 of the manga, too, is just pain. Just absolute pain. Look it up, and that's not as bad as I thought. There was even a reason. Oh, nice. We need to buy Naruto Shippuden and Boruto to feed my compulsion. You're like, I need to collect everything, even if I don't like it. I just have to have it. Death Note always felt like a parody of social commentary in a way, but I still enjoyed it. Oh, it's definitely very, like, surface level, and, like, if you think about it for, like, longer than, like, a few minutes, you can pull so many holes in it. But it was a very good intro for me to start thinking about that stuff. Even if it wasn't, like, a perfect lesson on it. It got me thinking. Kind of like Psycho-Pass, I think, is another example of that. It may not have the best message in it at the end. I haven't seen the most recent season, don't spoil it for me. But, at least the thought... Getting on that thought train, I think, is a good thing. thinking about, like, the corruption of government and stuff like that. There's some, like, interesting stuff, interesting plot threads and interesting things to think about, like, the moral gray stuff that happens in Psycho-Pass. Even if I don't necessarily like how, like, the last season I watched, how it ended. But it got me thinking. The Madara fights are so fucking cool. Oh, there's a ton of fights in Naruto that are just so freaking cool. And a lot of them happened during that war arc. But man, some of the story things that happened... frustrating. Mostly anything to do with, like, the very forced romance shit. Because, man, Kishimoto cannot write women and he cannot write romance. And he knows that, and yet he keeps trying to do it. He needs to stop. And you bought Vampire Knight? That's an oldie. That was like one of the first animes I ever watched. And it's also a weird one. Honestly, Sasuke sucks. Shikamaru was a real friend. Shikamaru's cool, but I feel so bad for Sasuke. I've gone through these rants before about how Sasuke deserved better. You know, he had his whole family massacred, and then at the end he's just forced to be compliant with the government that continues to cover it up. And just becomes a slave to the state. Like, man, that's fucked up, bruh. Heard Willem Dafoe was in the live-action Death Note? He is, and he's like the only good casting choice in that movie, I thought. Actually, L wasn't that bad. It was mostly that he just wasn't really L. But, like, it was a decent character. But none of the other characters are, like, their anime counterparts. Misa was, like, completely different character. Light, completely different character. But Willem Dafoe as Ryuk was pretty decent. Also kind of a completely different character, to be fair, actually. A lot more sinister than Ryuk is actually in, like, in the anime and manga. He's more of, more of a goofy character. Except for when he, like, wants to be intimidating. But in the live-action movie, he's, like, basically the one calling all the shots. And, again, it just makes for a very different Ryuk. Gigantor. Flash forward a week when we have anime book club in the Discord. I mean, if y'all want me to make an anime channel in the Discord, I would be absolutely down to do that. You can also just post anime stuff in the media channel. Anime and manga are media. You were talking about Justice and Death, and I literally can't hear Justice without thinking of Batman. God, Batman's another one that I feel like it's completely underutilized for what he could be used for. Like, Batman the Animated Series did a great job of showing that, like, Batman actually gives a shit about, like, the people that he's, even the people that he's fighting. How he still wants them to, like, rehabilitate. I feel like the live-action movies have totally lost the plot on that, like, so hard. Like, Batman doesn't just beat people up. Like, he's more than that. It's such an awesome theme. Naruto going after Sasuke as a lover would have been a better choice over as a friend. I mean, let's be frank, it made a lot more sense writing-wise. Like, so much more sense. And they're fucking cowards for not doing it. And if Boruto and Sarada end up together, yeah, they're fucking cowards. You know it's gonna happen, too. Even though they're just, like, the younger, heterosexual versions of their parents. It's gonna happen, and I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Anyway. The way that Batman is being written even in comics shows Batman as an asshole. Depends on the comic. If you're talking about recent ones that I wouldn't know about, then that sucks. But it used to be that, like, the Dark Knight stuff was, like, an alternate universe, like, it was supposed to be, like, a commentary on, like, what you don't want Batman to be. But again, people just read it and were like, ooh, grim dark Batman, perfect. Let's make this into a movie. With, you know, totally missing any of the, like, actual context of, like, the actual comic. Live-action movies can't handle Batman or Superman. They've had so much effort into why they're in the comics that they ignore for the movies. Oh, it's just a little poison. Of course, it's gonna be the last hallway I go to. The last hallway is gonna be the one. Here, I'll put a safety portal up here. Directors of live-action Batman. Funny costume billionaire scares crazy criminal guys and kicks them in the butt. Yeah, totally misses everything else about his character. Your idea about posting anime stuff in media form on Discord? Yeah! I labeled it as such because I wanted it to be kind of a catch-all for books, movies, manga. Like, games has its own, because I feel like there's enough individual discussion about different games that it can have its own channel. But the media one can be used for anything you want that's like, yeah, media. I'm glad Naruto ended up with Hinata since she's probably the best written female character in the manga. Is she though? I won't get too into it because I don't want to be too contentious or whatever. But is she? What does she do? How many panels was she actually in the manga? Spoiler alert, it's less than 30. Let's see. I like Batman when he was actually trying to stop people from dying. Now he's paranoid over everyone. Well, because the movie Batman is just post-Dark Knight Batman. So they skipped all of his character development. I said best written, didn't say good. That is fair. That is extremely fair. Because remember, I did say earlier, Kishimoto can't write women. He can't write romance, and that's all Hinata's character was. But
no idea of the power you face.
No you? No you.
You were a sad little man, Milithok.
Dragged to hell. Bye. You don't know what you're facing. Dead. Let's see. Sure didn't want Damien because he didn't know about him. It was an accident. Oh, the Injustice story straight up disowns his son over a serious accident. Sure didn't... Yeah, there's a lot of, like, weird shit that happens in, like, the Injustice universe as well. That's, like, its own thing as well. Fucking swinging more screen time than half the cast. That's true. That Swing had more screen time with Naruto than his own wife did. I'm not bitter. I'm very bitter. The pain fight wouldn't have happened if Hinata didn't exist. This is also true.
Good evening.
It's true. Her jumping into that fight literally almost killed everybody. It's great. It's fine. And then it was so not impactful on Naruto that he forgot about it for 2 years. Let's see. I couldn't stand for no pain fight. The pain fight was pretty cool. That was like the peak of the manga. I think everything was downhill after that. Oh, I could have used that. Oh well. Put those in. I have too many potions. Okay, I'm getting rid of them. Okay. Beat this man down by throwing bones at him from the other side of the room. To be fair, he was trying to explode corpses on me, so I think we're even. Because remember, he was also a necromancer. I was just the better necromancer. Let's see. Oh, Lucid, I found the Heraldric Cube in Diablo 2. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh no, I walked into Naruto talk. Hey, lady bast. Maybe a little bit. It's hard for me to restrain myself from ranting about Naruto. I admit. Oh yeah, I need to talk to Anya. Best written chick in Naruto is Tamari. Tamari was really cool, and then they sidelined her after the manga, and now she's just a housewife, just like everybody else. Frustration. Told someone during a stream the other day that I went to see how they react, so I said Sakura wasn't a useless character, was written as more than a love interest that no one likes back. She wasn't? I mean, they really did her character dirty so many times, like, repeatedly. Whenever her character would make any kind of, like, progress and, like, growing as a character, it'd be, like, one step forward and 2 steps back, like, almost immediately after. Like, the peak of her character was probably right after the Sasori fight. And that's probably, like... That's probably the best her character was. Not, like, power scaling-wise, but just, like, personality-wise. Read One Piece so you can rant about that. I've thought about it. I've thought about it recently. About finally just binge reading through, like, the whole manga and then just ranting about it. But it's also so long. The commitment. They got hyped over it, and the best part was they said I was onto something. I don't know if it was sarcasm or adding to the joke. It went so well. Man, whenever I talk about, like, toxicity in fandoms or, like, online discourse and stuff, I speak about it from a personal perspective, because, like, I was one of those toxic shitlords on Tumblr that would not leave people alone about my headcanons for shit, and yelling at people over, like, ships and stuff. And I was definitely, like, mentally not well at that point. And being on the other side, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me, kind of thing?
Good evening.
Like, at least now, I can rant about those things from a more, like, disconnected, like, literary analysis type perspective, and not, like, in a ragey fan way. And I think that's way healthier. Shonen series mostly lead me to exasperate to get very far in them. Every shonen series kind of is, like, super tropey. One of the video games, one of Sakura's ultimate attacks has her saying, I can be useful too! The self-awareness. But I mean, half her motivation in the first, like, half of the manga was, I don't want to be having to watch their backs all the time and not be useful. Like, her whole, like, thing over the time skip was she wanted to gain a new skill so she could actually be useful. And then her thing at the beginning of Shippuden was that, oh no, I still can't be useful. Especially, again, after the Sasori arc, that was, like, the peak of her being useful. And especially in the anime, because in the anime, they couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with any of the female characters, so they had them just, like, all learn healing. So that was, like, Sakura's one thing, and then in the anime, they just made everyone's thing. So, like, Hinata could heal too, and, like, Ino could heal too, just because they needed to give them something to do. It's so stupid. Let's see. Happy Naruto told Sakura to shut the fuck up, liar. Yes! I was so happy when he said that. Like, yes, call her out on her bullshit. I'm good at pissing off hardcore fans, the exact type of people I used to fuck with. Yeah, and I realized after the fact that it made me fucking miserable, and everyone around me miserable. So, I think I'm much better off for it, not being like that anymore. Not the exact words, but she still didn't listen. Nope. Nope. She was like, well, that didn't work. Time for murder. As you do. Most shonen series end up with me not giving a crap about actually any important character. She gained punch. That was about it. She gained punch, and she gained healing, and then everyone had healing. And when everyone's special, no one is.
You have stopped Neelathok, but he didn't have the relic. He must have already given it to Bale. Now Bale will not be tested when he reaches Ariat's summit. Damn Neelathok. I do thank you for trying, though.
And now we get the most useless
allow me to
reward.
honor your courage by magically inscribing your name onto an item of your choosing. It's the least I can do.
The most useless reward. We can put our name on something. Is there any actual benefit to personalizing your item? Like, does it actually do anything? Because I don't think it does. Only thing that she's useful for is weird, sexy fan art. I mean, I guess that's probably true of any... probably true of any character, any popular anything, to be fair. Not always use medicine to heal people, at least. She had, like, a medicine ball that she carried around with her, but she couldn't, like, heal, like, with chakra, like Sakura and Tsunade could. Or Shizune. A bunch of people have told me to watch My Hero, but I still haven't gotten around to it yet. I was into My Hero for a while, and I fell off. I just need to catch back up, but it was pretty alright when I read it, but that was a couple of years ago now. Shit. I'm really behind. Oh yeah, she also gained Summon Slug Monster. Yeah, she could summon Katsuya, like, by the War Arc, I think? Yeah, which was neat, I guess. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll! Feel better by naming your staff the Pipstick. I just realized I'm using a sword. I should be using a wand. It has my name on it, therefore it's mine. Bragging rights. That's what you gain. Put your name on your undies and lose them. You'll know they're yours if you find them again. Finally picked a name. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies.
Finally pick a da name.
Holy moly.
Cheerdex1000. I have to go. I hope you all have a great night.
You too! Have a great rest of your night. Thank you! Oh my god, this is gonna be going for a while. Oh my god! It's still going! I'll bring back a souvenir from the moon. I'll bring back some moon rocks. Maybe they'll be made of cheese. Thank you so much. It's still going. Oh my god. Infinite. Oh. I don't think Serb's going. I think they were saying goodbye to me. Oh, I'm back. Okay. I think is it done? I'm not even seeing the redeems. Where are these coming from? I don't even see the redeems. Where are these? I can't even see who's throwing these. Who's throwing it? I can't see. It's not saying. Is someone throwing them? Or is it just happening on its own now?
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh my god, Alucard. Thank you for the 50 bitties. It's true, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Those trees are so big. They hurt. Alright, thankfully I already found the glacial trail exit, so we can just walk up there.
No.
Moo. I can't see any of the sound redeems. I don't know who's redeeming things. It's a mystery.
Want some rock?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
I don't know why OBS isn't showing me anymore. It's a mystery. Anyone could be redeeming these now. Ah! Quack! Oh, I see the sound alerts at least. Because I can see the name on those. This is bad abuse. I'm telling Peter. Peter!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Never get bored of that. It is very amusing for sure. Lucy gets blasted far enough to hear the "We're Whalers on the Moon" song. Let's see. So we have to find the Ancient's Way is the next place we have to find. Easier said than done, of course. We're also close enough to the end of this act that I'm just gonna stick around and finish the game. We're finishing the game tonight. Screw it. Moo. Maybe we send you the moon. You can meet Kaguya. Yeah, I could meet the alien space ninjas on the moon, which is an actual thing. Actual canon thing in Naruto. Space ninjas on the moon. Don't die.
Thanks. Not enough mana.
I said stop dying. There, he didn't die. He lived. Pina. Fucking space ninjas. Yeah, I still can't believe that was a fucking thing. Just why? And now they're like the main thing too in Boruto. They're like the main that they like doubled down on the alien space ninjas. Still haven't read Boruto. It's a thing. It's definitely a thing that's happening. Space ninja gods that blushed at Naruto's uwu jutsu. God, the fact that his sexy jutsu saved the world. Fucking wild. So because I thought Boruto was a dumb name, it is a dumb name. It's supposed to be like, it's supposed to evoke the image of like a bolt, like Boruto, like bolt. And during the advertisings, the marketing that they did for Boruto when it was about to come out, they were like comparing like to Usain Bolt, but really it's supposed to be a reference to a bolt that he. No, it's a screw that he wears around his neck, which is supposed to represent Neji, his uncle. Because Kishimoto's reason for... It's okay for spoiling. We're talking spoilers, Naruto, it's fine. His reason for killing Neji was so that he could be a Cupid to unite Nada and Naruto. So they held hands over his fucking corpse like minutes after he's dead. But it also didn't matter anyway, because he still ends up forgetting her love confession, like, 2 years later, and has to be reminded anyway, and then brainwashed via genjutsu to love her, out of guilt. And yes, Neji's name means screw, which is also why the Boruto thing is supposed to match his name. Talking Naruto during Diablo 2 feels strange. I'm sorry. Oh my god, Neji's dead. Hinata, you're so hot. Hold my hand. I hated that moment so much. It was such bullshit. Neji deserved better. I'm so mad. It's been how many years and I'm still mad? Let's see. This bears repeating, and Shippuden anime during the 4th Great Ninja War. So much filler. Yes. Infinite filler. Infinite filler. Never-ending filler. But yeah, it's like my criticisms of Naruto go beyond just like the... Because that's the thing with like the ending not leaving so many things either unaddressed or addressing them in the worst fucking way possible. It retroactively made a lot of the manga not sit well with me anymore. Like all the stuff about like Naruto wanting to change the system and like even as early as the Land of Waves arc being like disgusted with the idea of like child soldiers and stuff. And yet as an adult, as Hokage, he still perpetuates those same things that he used to say he wanted to end. And that just pisses me off. So I have very specific story criticisms beyond don't like ship that happened, ship bad. You know, neoliberal ninja hellscape. No thanks. And again, Sasuke deserve better. But anyway. Oh, I see you. Aw, all they had was potions. Well, still take them anyway. Only interesting thing about Boruto is that Orochimaru made a child asexually. They did some interesting stuff with the Orochimaru in the post-Boruto stuff, actually. Honestly, a lot of the side characters got way more interesting, like, stories and things that happened to them, like, between, like, during the time skips and stuff. Like, basically, Team 7 just got completely screwed, though. All of them are fucking miserable. All of them are miserable and not very loving marriages with kids that mostly hate them. You know, it's great. It's great. Let's see, so many anime that start as bangers and then just get tossed in the dirt. Yeah. Sadly. Bobobo was an anime about a man with a golden afro and amazing nose hair. Oh, I remember Bobobo. I remember Bobobo. Let's not get started with the Black Panther sequel. God. It's funny. The same exact criticism I just levied against Naruto, also the same criticism I have against, like, yeah, Black Panther. Again, my criticisms are very specific, and probably not the same criticisms that most people would have against these kinds of shows and stuff. That's okay. It just means I'm overthinking it too much, probably. Don't die! Okay, he'll live. There we go. They took Hinata's Wait, well, no, they gave her more form-fitting outfits, if anything. Let's see, part of why I hate Sasuke is I knew someone that was too similar to them. Miserable person I'm glad to be quit of. I mean, that's fair. Because, like, in context, like, with Sasuke, like, knowing what, like, he went through and how fucking terribly he and his entire family were treated, it's, like, his anger is very justifiable in my mind. Oh!
TH1S Guy 276 is now following.
Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome! Hope you're having a good night. Thanks. One Piece has stayed good for its entire run so far, the manga anyway, which is honestly pretty impressive, and will make it all the much harder to handle if the ending ends up being bad. Because, yeah, that sunk cost, like, anyone who's been, like, super invested for a long time, I hope the ending ends up being worth it. Let's see. How did she lose them? No, I don't think they changed them. I think they just gave her tighter outfits, if anything. Was a girl power thing? What, with Black Panther? Nah, it was the Imperial stuff that I didn't like. But I feel like I'd be going into super heavy spoilers and stuff if I were to start talking about the nitty-gritty details of, like, the weird foreign policy stuff that Wakanda does that bothers me. Imperialism. Let's see. I feel like villains can't be polite. Itachi knocked on Naruto's door before trying to kidnap him. It's kind of bonkers, isn't it? Knocks politely. Hi, we're here to kidnap you. Let's change the universe to make sure. Can't get into One Piece. I watched 20 episodes, which is 15 episodes more than usually give an anime to try to hook me. Yeah, I've been told that One Piece doesn't get good for a couple seasons. And I'm like, do I really want to invest that much time to wait for a series to get good? I don't know. There's only a few series that I've, like, given that kind of lengthy chance to and ended up really liking. Shiki's one of them. If you're into, like, vampires or horror or existential dread kind of stuff, Shiki's good. But it also, it's one of those ones you gotta kind of, you have to wait until, like, about halfway before it really, like, kicks into gear. Why can't we learn the metric system? Imperial measurement started in Britain, which is where the US got it in the first place. You know what? You know what's funny? The same thing with, like, our English, our American accent. Like, our American accent is actually, like, sort of, especially, like, Southern accents, I think, if I remember right, are actually closer to, like, how Old English sounded. Like, how Shakespeare plays would have sounded. Which is very interesting. That, like, our version of English is closer to the, like, ye Old English. Very fascinating. Wasn't the fact that it was powerful to use the after credits? The after credits? Wait, for Wakanda Forever, or are we talking about a different movie? I'm trying to remember the after credits scene. That was when where they introduced, I'm trying to be as spoiler-free as possible. They introduced a certain kid? Yeah, that's big enough. Learning so much about Naruto tonight. This isn't gonna be on the test, is it? No. No, never. Don't worry. I'll remember it so you... Not a reference, but I'll remember it so you don't have to. No one should have to. Hope not, otherwise I'm flunking as well. Oh, hey, son! I forgot to say hi. I read your message. But hi! I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good night. Hi, hi, hi! Let's see, I don't want to go into the icy caves. We're looking for the Ancient's Way. Which is probably going to be up here. You can watch all of the OG Naruto episodes on Viz Media's YouTube channel. All of them? Damn. It's a far cry from having to watch parts 1 through 3 English sub on YouTube. From, like, random channels. I probably could have used that when there were actually enemies in here. Your phone's off again? Oh no! Phone, cooperate. Doing good, how you been? I'd be good! I installed... I mentioned at the beginning of stream, but I have a new CPU cooler, liquid cooling. It was my first time ever installing it, but it looks like it's working, and it keeps my CPU at least 10 degrees C cooler, which is very nice. I still need to replug in all the RGB stuff, though. And I think I want to replace the... I didn't replace the case fans, because they were, like, really super, like, tangled up in there, but I think I do want to replace them with the case fans that came with the CPU cooler. Because I think they have better amps. I think they would be better. More future-proof. I have so many potions. Liquid cooling! Yeah. Finally got that liquid cooling. Yeah, it's a Cooler Master. It's pretty neat. Pretty nice. Feel like Marvel's getting worse. Oh, yeah. Have y'all seen MODOK? Like, have you seen what they did to MODOK in the new Ant-Man movie? Oh my god. It's so bad. Poor MODOK. Man, I thought they did the Mandarin dirty, but holy shit, poor MODOK. Yeah, you mean Mr. You mean Mr. Electric, have him expelled! This is a fucking Shark Boy and Lava Girl ass effects. Holy shit. No, Shark Boy and Lava Girl looks better. Unironically. Fun fact, vampires liquid cool CPUs with blood. God, can you imagine? I believe that as being like a lore thing. Only likable character for me now is Ant-Man. I don't know if they're making another Spider-Man movie. I would imagine they would. Why wouldn't they? I mean, I would expect they would be making more. Especially since Spider-Man seems to be like their big cash cow right now. No RGB. Is it even a gaming PC? Is it if it isn't drenched in RGB? I just haven't hooked it up. I only have one of my fans' RGB lights hooked up, but I'll hook them all back up when I replace the fans. I'll replace them. I'll make it. It's gonna be all rainbow. It's gonna be very rainbow. Can't wait to see Venom again. Oh, me too. I love Venom. I still haven't seen Venom 2. I'm a fake fan. I need to see Venom 2, the one that has Carnage in it. I wonder if they'll probably won't, but it'd be neat if they made like they spun off and did like more of the symbiotes like Toxin. I feel like that'd make for its own good like spin-off like solo movie. But I feel like those ones don't get as much attention as Carnage and Venom, the OGs. Can't even CGI cringe to the max. Oh yeah, the Ant-Man. I just don't know why. It has to do with it must have to do with Marvel underpaying their VFX teams by a lot. Because there's no way someone looked at that effect and was like, yeah, that's good, ship it. Not without like having been forced to like, well, we don't have time, ship it anyway. Like that sounds more like what probably happened. It's an insult to Mr. Electric. He looks way better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looks better. Like, unironically. Like, unironically, Mr. Electric looks better. That's a better effect than what the fuck they did to MODOK. Oh, I should go resurrect my guy. Since I am already here at a waypoint. I don't think Disney goes all in on Marvel movies till everyone's burned out and they have to bankrupt themselves and an entire season of MCU movies tanking. God, I don't know if Disney will ever go bankrupt. I think they're also one of those companies that's just too big to fail. If they were ever to get close to going bankrupt, I have a feeling the government would just step in and bail them out. But I don't see that ever happening. They own so much. Like, even if, like, one of their... No. Like, even if one of their revenue streams were to fail, they have so many backups. I feel like it's kind of a non-issue for them to worry about. Let's see. Hey, Dwayne! How you doing? MODOK in a movie? Yeah, in the Ant-Man movie. The one that... It's out, right? Yeah, I think it just came out. I don't feel like I'm... Oh, hold on. Let me scroll back up. They showed the new Spider-Man suit at night, so we didn't get a good look at it. Yeah, they're definitely making it. They're definitely making another Spider-Man. Is it bad? The only part of Morbius I liked was the effects and action scenes. I liked how silly it was. Like, Morbius reminded me of, like, 2000 superhero movies like Daredevil or Elektra that were, like, kind of so campy and bad. They were entertaining in a different way that definitely was not intended. Haven't seen a Marvel movie since Civil War. You haven't really missed that much. Kind of hoping Disney goes on... Oh, I heard that one. Not sure who is doing the Venom movie, so this could be up in there. Yeah, I think it's Sony. Yeah, because Sony and Disney kind of share custody of Spider-Man and all of the heroes and villains that are associated with that. Yeah, you're not missing anything. They either go bankrupt or choke on themselves eventually. 100% they get bailed out? Yup. It would... Heck, if Disney employs so many people that if they did collapse in on themselves, it would destroy our economy, probably. Because capitalism is a fantastic system, you know? Not. Want them to crumble so badly. Good Spider-Man shows are either on cliffhangers or waiting indefinitely continue. Man, I used to watch Ultimate Spider-Man. Or was it Ultimate Spider-Man? It was the one where he, like, went into the future. I think that was Spider-Man Ultimate or something like that. And, the 90s one. Spider-Man, radioactive Spider-Man. That fucking guitar. Only know about Kane the Conqueror? Yeah, Kane the Conqueror is gonna be pretty important going forward.
Every time I hear of you, warrior, your deeds become more legendary.
Oh, that's right. I didn't actually get this quest yet.
You are approaching the very summit of Mount Ariat.
This is fine. It's good. We're getting this quest now.
I have never
I'm just ahead of it.
dared venture there. It is sacred, our most holy place. The legends say it is guarded by the Ancient Ones, who block the path of all who are unworthy. Your reputation here does not matter. It will be the Ancients who determine your worthiness. Good luck.
So that's when we finally get the quest, Rite of Passage. I have all these unfinished quests. This one's just bugged out. You see, MODOK is in an Ant-Man movie. Yeah. The most recent one. I don't know anything else about, like, the plot other than that he's in it. Once Disney acquired Star Wars and Fox, that's their forever financial security. Yeah, basically. Soon everything will be Disney. Want them to hurry up and do a Squirrel Girl movie? I want that too! We need Squirrel Girl versus Thanos. Somehow. Comes to superhero movies, I'm just in it for The Incredibles and animated Batman movies. I really love The Incredibles 1. I need to rewatch 2, because I feel like I didn't like it as much when I saw it the first time. They're survive on re-releasing Titanic, Avengers 4, and Avatar. Just subsist on that for forever. Trailers for movies give spoilers for the previous movies. Yeah, I mean, trailers have always been that kind of bad like that. Like, giving away a whole movie and stuff. I love Venom 2, totally not because of Tom Hardy or anything. Oh, Tom Hardy. I can't think of Tom Hardy and not think about all the memes about his lips. And comparing his lips to Princess Peach's. I can't not think of those. Wait a minute, why have all these gems in here? What are these doing here? What? Where did I put those there? What was I doing? Why were they on that different page? What did I do? There, I fixed it. I don't know. Oh. No. Yes. They're so pretty. Okay. Put that there. Oh wait, no. Wait. I need to buy potions. I'm a fool. And put that over here. Okay. Squirrel Girl versus Galactus from the comics. Man, I'd watch that. That does sound cool.
Hello.
What the fuck? If only there was a way to turn electricity off. Oh wait, there is. I grew up watching Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. Oh yeah, I've seen a few. I got to catch some of that on Disney a little bit when they were running reruns. Let's see, I keep forgetting you can do that. Later it was the Justice League, right? Yeah, but it was different people. It was different people in the Justice League. Wait, no, Justice League is DC. Which are you thinking of? Last time I saw in any continuity was Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. I remember really liking the first Marvel Ultimate Alliance, but I don't know if I finished it. It's been so long. Also, I almost forgot you. There. Wait, I didn't resurrect the guy! I get so distracted reading chat, and I forget why I even come to town. It's fine. It's fine. Even with my goldfish brain, we're getting there.
Yes, warrior?
There we go. That's why I initially went to go talk to him, and then I got the quest intro, and then I forgot. That's what happened. Okay. Alright, we're back in it. Ah! Wait, did I want to take my portal? No. Quick distractor more. No! We'll never get out of here. We'll never leave. Let's see, if you can't streaming it would be nostalgic? Quack. Maybe. Maybe it'd be nice to go back through the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games. Maybe someday. I'll add it to my list, I think. I have no idea when we'll eventually get to it, but if it's on my list, it'll be gotten to eventually. Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Useless fun fact, Aaron from Game Game Grumps. Oh my god, Game Grumps. I heard voiced Dr. Banner in Ultimate Alliance 1? Really?
Moo.
Ooh. That is fascinating. It's not here? Whoa. Oh yeah! That's right, after we defeat Vale, we can do secret cow level. I'm excited for that. Hey Horizon! Hope you're having a... Hold on. Yeah, it's still Wednesday. Hope you're having a good Wednesday! I was like, wait a minute, is it Thursday yet? Hope you're having a good night! Welcome in, welcome! I feel old now. Yay, cow! Yes, cow level soon. TM. Anyone here play Ultimate Alliance 3, the new one on Switch? Nope. I didn't even play the second one. I don't even remember if I finished the first one. It's been so long. I played it on 360 way back in the day. It's Ash Wednesday, so hope you had a good Mardi Gras. Is it? Oh, I hope anyone who celebrated that had a good time. It was a totally normal Wednesday for me. Oh god, don't die.
Thanks.
Thanks. God, I still haven't found the exit! I found the exit. I should have put a portal before.
The resting place of the ancients.
Alright. There's no point in putting a portal here because it will disappear. The game will not let a portal remain here in this area once this fight starts. Let's see. Second's amazing. First one was the game I got on my PS3. I remember not liking Ultimate Alliance 2 as much. You don't like the Infinity Stones? The Infinity Stones are kind of too much of a Deus Ex Machina, I think. Alright. Alright, let's do this.
We are the spirits of the Nephilim, the ancient ones.
Which will be a very important thing in Diablo 3.
To guard sacred Mount Ariad, wherein the world's stone rests.
Few are worthy to stand in his presence.
Fewer still can comprehend his true purpose.
Before you enter, you must defeat us.
Alright.
Thanks.
This fight is pretty hard because they all deal so much damage. And they have like barbarian skills and shit. Oh, no, he's dead. Look at them fucking leaping at me. Oh. No. Okay, I got one. Oh my god, why do I have so few potions? I'm usually so well stocked.
I'm in danger.
I am. Okay, there's another one. Oh, I got this, Yeah. No!
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I clicked off the dialogue. There. Will it let me play it? No! Wait, I was doing it. Wasn't it? No! It's so dumb. That's all right. I think there's a way. I think there's another way I could play it. Otherwise, I can just look it up. It's so silly that they start the dialogue while you're still like clicking. Well, I got my first point in Bone Spirit. Yeah, maybe if I go to town. Time to start over from the beginning. No, we're not doing that. Hold on. I think Qualkek has something to say.
Besting the ancients in battle is a mighty feat indeed. I hope this means you're ready to battle Baal.
I hope so. I can't even resurrect my dude yet. Oh, I wish this button actually fucking worked. Oh, that makes me sad. I hate missing dialogue.
You have proven yourself to these people.
But basically their gist is that we're worthy.
Their warrior, their champion.
And that we can enter into the World's Stone Keep is basically the gist. Let's see. I need so many more potions. We're taking out some money. Attack on Titan music. He's a fidget spinner. I was thinking like a Beyblade.
Afternoon.
Spin around like a Beyblade. Yeah, like a fucking Beyblade. Yes. I couldn't look at chat during that fight.
Find you worthy of Mount Ariad's secrets. Now, stop Baal before he destroys all that is sacred.
Alright, we're in the final stretch.
Stay a while and listen.
DWeen25 just resubscribed for 5 months. Lethal 277 Wiggly Lethal 277 Wiggly.
Wiggly Wiggly! Thank you! Thank you for the 5 months! Thank you so much! I appreciate it. I've only played old school D2, seeing this brings a tear to my eye. Oh, I love old school D2. Heck, we can make this game, we can make this look like old school D2 with the press of a button. There we go, now it's just like back in the old days. It's like it's 2001 all over again.
The ancients have honored you, and in turn, so do we. I have no remaining doubts about you now.
You still have doubts about me after I rescued your friends? Wish I could use follower emotes in other streams. I think you can now. Didn't they change that? Didn't they change that in an update that you can do that now? I think you can. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think you can. Should I get more mana? Oh, you can use follower emotes if you're subscribed. Oh, okay, I see. So if you're subbed, you just get more emotes you can use everywhere. I see, I see. Okay, so something that I always thought was funny, and maybe I'm the only one that sees this, but I always saw a face in the shinies of the rejuvenation potions. Is that just me? Like the 2 top shinies are like eyes, and then this like dark spot is like a mouth. Am I just crazy? I'm probably just crazy. I'm crazy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just crazy. Let's see. All right, let's go. The World's Stone Keep. Follower emotes can only be used in. Oh, yeah. I guess they're right. Yeah, you have to be subbed. That's a shame. So here we have to be careful, and I can't get too distracted by chat and stand still, because otherwise Baal will be an ass and will like summon like poison clouds and shit right on top of you. It's actually kind of a neat mechanic, but it definitely keeps you moving. Because if you stay still for too long, it's just bad. So we gotta keep running. We gotta keep moving.
I'm in danger!
I technically am in constant danger here. Oh. But hopefully I can be lucky and find the exits quick. Maybe. Unless I just jinxed myself, and now it's gonna take us forever. Remember using follower emotes in other streams without subs, though? I don't know then. That is weird. Maybe it was something you got, like, gifted a sub to? I don't know. I don't know why I remember that. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is maybe you got gifted a sub to someone, and then that's how you were able to use their follower emotes. But I don't know. You can use follower emotes in the stream you're a follower in, or you can use them in other streams if you're subscribed. Okay, so that seems to be the seems to be the consensus on how that works. Well, exit's not here, so maybe I'm just gonna turn around and leave. I'm just gonna leave. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Yep, just confirmed it? Okay. It has been confirmed. You need to be subbed to use follower emotes anywhere. But you can at least use them here. Which I was thinking, I want to add some more emotes to 7TV, the extension that lets you use other emotes and stuff that aren't part of Twitch. Like, I want to add some, like, pride emotes and stuff. Like, maybe, like, a bat holding, like, pride flags I think would be cute or something. There we go, we found the exit. Safety portal. Have you been too tired to think? Me? Yes. Remember, I have a full-time day job that I have all day before stream. I did get like 1 hour nap though after work. But I'm on all day otherwise. So yes, whenever I seem too tired to think, that's probably an explanation why. But thankfully, games like this are very, very casual for me. I can play these kind of with half a brain, and my other brain can be focusing on chat. Let's see, maybe a bat with pride colors on the wing webbings? Ooh. I kinda like that idea. Weird idea might work? It might work. I'm gonna do like a few concepts and stuff, and then maybe I'll post it in my subs channel on Discord for some feedback. And then I can like make a whole bunch of them with different flags. And then maybe I put it on like 7TV, that way anyone can use them. Even if you're not subbed. I think that would be a good idea. 1 flag for each wing? That would only be 2... There's only 2 wings! No, not this one. Oh, that sounded heavy. What was that? Oh, it's a poleaxe. I don't care about that. It's a good thing. We're doing really decent damage for this area, which makes me think that Bale's not going to be too bad. Knock on wood. At the very least, not nearly as bad as Duriel. But I will say, definitively, after speeding through normal difficulty all over again with my new season, with my new ladder tune, Diablo is my favorite fight. It's like a dance. Like, the way you have to like dodge his attacks because they do so much damage when you're playing a ranged character, it feels like dancing. There's like a rhythm to it. Like once you're like really into the groove of like dodging everything, I love it. It's a very fun and engaging fight. It's almost piss easy though. Like any of them are like super easy if you're like a strong melee character. But as a ranged character, it's a lot of fun. That's just like my opinion. Because I remember I was asked about that, what my favorite boss fight was. So yeah, that's my answer. Pretty definitively. If you like fights that feel like dancing, you'll like Bloodborne. I do like Souls games in kind of a similar-ish reason. Like, my favorite Souls combat bosses are the ones that make me feel like I'm, like, dancing with them almost. Where it's, like, a really good back and forth and, like, dodging and weaving, and it, like, feels very skillful and very calculated. Like, Artorias made me feel that. Nah, I've got potions. I'm actually good. But yeah, Artorias was like that, Fume Knight was like that. Malenia's like that, I think, in Elden Ring. As difficult as that fight is. Let's see, when I realized how many flags there are, I heard someone say, what pride flag is that? What's the German flag? There are so many beautiful pride flags. It's actually good that I'm thinking of using the 7TV instead, because even if I wanted to have them as like follower emotes, I just don't have enough slots. But if I put them on there, I have infinite slots. So then it'll just be a matter of trying to pick which flags to do, because I think some have different flags, or multiple flags. Right. We're almost down. Safety portal. Let's see, I love watching this game stream for the nostalgia feels, but also the super entertaining chat. Thanks so much for this awesome community. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Y'all are what make up the community. Thanks. So thank you. Thanks. That timing was not intentional. But yeah, it's because of all of you. Let's see, you should listen to Lady Marie's theme then. To make you even more hyped for the game? Ooh. Maybe. I've watched it, like, very vaguely, like, trying not to pay too much attention. Watched, like, some playthroughs in, like, the background of Bloodborne. And the soundtrack is pretty freaking neat. Oh, beautiful music. Talking is nice at times when it's not forced. Yeah, I don't try to force myself to say much. I think you can tell when I'm, like, blanking. I'll just focus on the game. I think that's one of those things that, like, as a streamer, you gotta learn how to do, is either learning how to talk to nobody, or learning how to fill dead air, or when to, like, shift focus and stuff. Ooh. Yoink. But I just like chillaxing and shooting the shit, talking about whatever y'all want to talk about. But obviously, I love talking about things like movies and stuff. Let's see, Dark Souls fights that actually require good movements are the ones that really get my attention, not just run up and smack fest. Yeah, like running up and just like running behind them and smacking them in the butt until they die. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I don't really like 3's combat as much, because a lot of their combat... 3's very hectic. 3 is very... dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, quick attack, quick attack. Anything else is foolish. Or at least it feels that way. Whereas, like, 2 and 1 had more of a... It felt like it had more of an emphasis on, like, placement and, like, where you're standing when you're going to strike enemies and stuff. 3 is, like, just keep fucking moving. Because it doesn't matter where you're standing, they're gonna hit you. They will twist their backs around 360 to hit you. And it's like, well, that seems fair.
Stay a while and listen.
Helsing Sage
Helsing
just gifted
Sage!
1 subs.
Thank you! Thank you for the gifted sub! Who got the... Let's see.
Stay a while and listen.
Helsing Sage just resubscribed for 10 months. Wind noises.
Thank you for the 10 months! Wind noises. Thank you! Oh my god. Thank you, Helsing Sage! Thank you for the gifted sub and the resub. Thank you! Well, I should... Okay, maybe I do need potions now. Thank you so much! And Sierra Monarch, enjoy the sub! Thank you! Let's see. That's my problem with Bloodborne, to be honest. That it feels hectic and stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I'll see what my thoughts are when I get to Bloodborne. We'll see. Okay. Let's see. People... Oh, I think I missed what that message was. Moo. People forget that Demon Souls is a thing. Wasn't there a remaster a couple years ago? Yeah, but it's a PS5 exclusive. Yep. And I have a PS4, but I don't have a fucking PS5. So, unfortunately, I still won't be able to play it. Put that there. There. Oh. Nope. Put my money away. Okay. Back to the throne of destruction. Hey, Bale, it's me. Knock, knock. The timing when it came out was unfortunate. It's not popular anymore even when people went out of their way to remaster it. I've heard a lot of people still really like it. What came out at the same time that it came out, though? I have Dark Souls 2. I love Dark Souls 2. And I will die on that hill. That Dark Souls 2 was good, actually, damn it. Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me for my takes. Oh, there's a care package? Hold on, I'll do that after this wave. Okay, I'm stretching. I'm not too threatened by these guys. Big stretch. Ugh. And hydrating. You don't play it because you turn ugly when you die. I like to call that bacon face. Oh shit, he's dead. Hey Violetta! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Happy Wednesday, because it's still Wednesday for another 3 minutes where I am. Welcome, welcome! But yeah, I call the when when you lose your humanity in Dark Souls, I call it bacon face because it kind of looks like your face turns into like a mush of bacon. Here we go, got him. Give me your potions. Give me your finest potions. Oh, I'm still slowed. That's fine. Okay, the Act 2 ones. See, he summons waves from every act. Oh, okay, you're up. With one elite, if I believe. Yeah. Akmel the Cursed. Dead. Alright. Next one. It's counselors. Oh, hold on. It was basically a launch PS5 title? Jeez, was it? I feel like that would have been good timing then if it launched with the PS5. That does make it confusing why I didn't do well. Would call it a good night, but I'm handling it. Understandable. I was talking about the Twitter stuff earlier. It's totally understandable. Well, I hope your night improves, or at the very least, I hope tomorrow's a better day. I do hope things get easier. I hope things get better. What did I pick up that I didn't want to pick up? Nothing? I picked up something I didn't want. Oh well. Let's see. Living against my will. Oh, it's a good remake, much stronger gameplay-wise. Fell off because it released around launch for PS5 when it was in Oh, yeah, that's right. It would have been a good launch title if people could actually get the fucking console. That totally makes sense. Hold on, let me pick up potions. Okay, I'm running. Oh god, these ones are speedy. Thankfully, they all got confused and scattered. They look so cool, though, don't they? Aw, they're all dead. No, no, they're not! Look how cool they are. I love their designs. Okay. Try not to die admiring the demons in there. Hold on. Yeah, nobody had a
strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for
It somehow did manage to work out for me. Cackling like they find the sound of feeling their throats makes satisfying. Nobody fucking had a PS5 at launch. It's not really just Twitter. Just had problems on IRL. Oh. I definitely hope that things get better for you. Feel like re-releasing it might help, but on PS4 too. I want them to re-release it on PC! Damn it. Please. I beg. SV situation is disappointing, toxic, and gross, but I'm handling that existing. Yeah, I'm also still processing my disappointment in that too. Let's see. Thanks for all the love, y'all. Absolutely. All the love. All the love and support. Absolutely. No question. I don't know what an SV is. I know what it stands for, but I also know that that topic's probably been talked to hell and back in... Yeah. We can talk about that elsewhere. We don't need to sully the mood. But y'all should know where I stand on that anyway, if you don't already, but trans rights absolutely, holy fucking shit. It shouldn't even need to be said. I feel like it doesn't need to, I shouldn't need to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway just in case. That trans rights matter. There's just no fucking question about where I stand on that. The world is a weird place right now. Stay safe, everyone. Absolutely. Stay absolutely safe and stay loved and Find something that'll bring a smile to your face, because damn it, we need something to bring some smiles to our faces. Trans rights good, harassment bad. Yeah, that should also go without saying. Hell yeah, trans rights. See, the rumors of a PC launch with some marketing that's suggestive language could be a great way to bring it back to public consciousness. I want them to they should re-release... Oh. Why are you laughing? I still have 1 minion to go. You get back here, you bastard. Oh, he's not running away yet. Okay, hold on. But yeah, they need to re-release Bloodborne and Demon Souls on PC, damn it. But I feel like Sony's... Oh, there he goes. Is so mad about Microsoft. I don't know, I feel like they're going to be very bitter about releasing any of their exclusives on PC ever again. Which just sucks. Okay, I need more potions for us to finish this off. Yeah, the Minions of Destruction do so much damage. But they didn't manage to kill me, so I must have done all right. You say that, but they're releasing The Last of Us 1 on PC? Yeah, but they might have done that. They might have made that deal a while ago. So I don't know what the circumstances behind that were. Like, they might have had like a contractual obligation to follow through with that. But Sony definitely does not seem like they're willing to play ball with any future stuff.
The morning comes.
Oh, I didn't identify my stuff. Kane, I need help.
Hello.
Thank you. Quack. Alright. Almost ready to do the final boss. Ooh. Well, I'm hoarding that. 23% poison resist. Ah! I still can't see who's doing the redeems. I still don't know. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. I don't know who's throwing things at me. I can only see the redeems for like sound alerts.
Got him!
See, I can see those. I can see those just fine. Ah! And restart my phone. Hopefully, we'll stop fucking up. I hope so. I hope your phone's not on its way out. Could be anyone, even yourself. What if it is just myself? What if it's Twitch? It's doing it automatically. How would I know? Ah!
So this is what the ancients guard.
A big rock. Ah! A big spiky rock. Ah! Oh! Alright. No more hitting me, we're hitting Bale.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Now this fight is kind of nuts, to be fair.
Not even death can save you from me.
Thank you for the 500 bits. I love that line.
I'm in danger!
It's definitely the wrong boss fight for that line, but oh, I wish. The boss we all want. Yes, the boss we deserve. We're doing alright. We're doing decent damage to Vale, at least. The one I'm hitting right now is very obviously his clone, though. That's why it's taking way too much damage. But that's alright. I'm using Bone Spear, so I'm still hitting him behind. Jeez Louise, this damage. Where'd you go? Halfway, halfway. Go! Have you heard of the game called The Darkness? Yes, I have. I played that on 360. That's another game I wish they would port to PC.
Pro gamer.
Because I really enjoyed that game, and it's been a long time since I played it, and I'd love to play it again. Because I own Darkness too, but I haven't played it because I barely remember what happened in the first game, and I want to replay the first game before I play the second one. But I remember really liking that game. Oh. First try, come on! Yes! Got him!
Bale, never doubt my skills.
Got him!
Yeah, got him! Nice. Give me all your stuff.
Can't carry anymore.
No! Oh. Hey, Tyrael, just dropping on in, huh? How you doing? Here, now I can hold this.
I can't carry anymore.
Game
Shit.
over, man. It's game over.
Not yet. The game's not over quite yet. Also, before I talk to him, there's gold up here. There's gold. Gold. All the way up here. Yeah, gold. He dead. Major dead. Like, totally dead. Yep, definitely never coming back dead. Where'd he come from? Where'd he go? Let's see. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Alright. Let's go hear what Tyrael has to say. Hello.
I am impressed, Morris. You have overcome the greatest challenge this world has ever faced and defeated the last of the Primeval. However, we are too late to save the World Stone. Bale's destructive touch has corrupted it completely. Given enough time, the World Stone's energies will drain away, and the barriers between the worlds will shatter. The powers of hell will flood into this sanctuary.
Well, he said the thing.
People and everything you've labored to build.
This sanctuary.
Therefore, I must destroy.
We got the destructive touch.
The powers of hell take root. This act will change your world forever, with consequences even I cannot foresee. However, it is the only way to ensure mankind's survival. Go now, mortal. I have opened a portal that will lead you to safety. May the eternal light shine upon you and your descendants for what you've done this day. The continued survival of mankind is your legacy. Above all else, you have earned a rest from this endless battle.
Rest. Very funny. Destruction's end. It's movie time. It's movie time. But real quick before, I want to get a closer look at the World Stone. It's just... Right. Look at that. This big, all-important rock. Look at that. Very pretty. Very mysterious. It's the heart of the world. Alright. Ready for movie time? It's movie time. Movie time. Here, I gotta turn up the volume a little bit because it's mixed low. Well, actually, the music's mixed pretty high. Okay. That's good. Yeah, Tyrael's like, it's corrupted, so I'm just gonna destroy it. I'm sure this will be fine. Not. Oh, I love the aesthetic of the angel wings in this series. Oh. Didn't hear her answer about the darkness? Oh, I have to go back and read the question. Was about if I played the game? Because yes. so pretty. There it goes. A cataclysmic world-changing event at the end of the game. So it certainly leads into the next game. It's so beautiful. Oh, it is. Oh, these cutscenes are so good. Did we beat the game as soon as we started? It's more like, did we win, or did we just delay the inevitable? But we did it! Congratulations!
Pro gamer move.
Thank you for that. Wait, hold. I can't even. OBS is being weird. I don't see who redeemed that. I don't see who redeemed it. Thank you. Thank you to whoever it was. Thank you so much. Could have been anyone. Was it you, Sarah?
Igni_gamer11 is now following.
Igni! Thank you! Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! Welcome, welcome! And you know what this means? You know what this means? It means... So we could do nightmare difficulty now, but we're gonna go back to normal for a certain special something. In fact... I might do something silly just for this. Hold on. I might do something silly. Hold on. I should sell all my stuff first, because we're gonna need an empty inventory for what we're doing.
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Stone must be destroyed. Then it must.
Oh, I'm still getting the dialogue for this. Kill everyone? No. No, it's something super fun.
Will change.
You'll see. You'll see.
Who is to say it isn't for the better?
Okay, tree. Did we finish the story in the same stream we started in? No, no. This was just Act 5. This was the final act of the game. Ooh. No, I'm not gonna use a bow. Dex 50... 33... Because one of those I might want to keep for my merc. And I think I want to keep this one. Yeah. I don't know if you can use it yet, though. So I'm probably just gonna... throw it in there. I'll just throw it in there for now. Oh, in here, let me summon my dude back. Yeah, today was only Act 5.
The destruction of the world stone does not bode well for our world. But
Get a
I'll
quick
try
drink.
not to worry. After all, we have warriors like you fighting for us and for the light. Farewell.
Thanks, dude. Here we go. Alright. Are you ready? Are you ready for fun times? Absolutely love his voice. I love... most of the voice acting in this game is just so good. Alright. We're back here. Oh, actually, there's something I need to buy.
Welcome.
Welcome. Alright, alright.
Moo.
Moo? Oh, you know that's what's happening. But first, I want to do a little something. Under... where is it? Platforms, channel points... edit. I'm gonna change...
Moo.
Actually, my cooldown's already pretty low. So I'm just gonna lower the cost by a little bit, I think. Maybe? Cost or time?
Moo?
Moo? You know what? Maybe
Moo.
this... You know what? This is fine. We're actually... you know what? I think y'all just been really good about holding yourselves back, so... You won't have to do that for this area.
Moo.
Isn't this the music from the first game? Moo. Moo. The Rogan Campman's song is very reminiscent of Tristram, but it is different. You can tell a difference when you actually go to Tristram.
Moo.
Moo. The secret cow level. We're going. Quack. No, moos.
Moo.
Moo? And you're gonna hear so many more moos than I even have in the moo machine.
Moo.
Moo. And look, this is what they used to look like too. I think they look funnier in the old graphics. There's so many. My Merc died instantly. There's so many cows. Moo. There's so many. Moo.
Moo.
So many cows. Moo. Dramatic human moo sounds. I love it.
Moo.
Moo. I love this level. Oh, it's so good. Moo. Oh, there was the cow, the cow queen, I think, right there. Moo. You could tell because they were wearing a crown. See the little crown? Moo. Does this ever stop? Yes. There is a finite amount of cows. Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Yes, there is in fact a finite number of cows. So much loot. Yeah, this is like the best place to like farm for like high level stuff. Because there's so many cows. There's so many. Infinite cows. But also not infinite. They're finite. Can I cook them now? This would be so much steak. It's funny, they actually expand on the lore of the cow level in 3. In like a really funny way, actually. Ooh.
Moo.
I don't have identify scrolls on me. Not on this character. Moo. Moo emotes. Imagine all the burgers. Yeah, we're gonna have a barbecue. This is us just getting ready for the barbecue. Oh man, why do I have all these rejuvenation potions in my inventory? Whack. Hold on. I need to stock up on some regular stuff. I called the cooking. Let's see, did I leave any potions over here? Surprisingly, not really. I'm cracking up. It's like empty wilderness and grass, and then suddenly a bazillion fucking cows. I think they look so... I feel like this level specifically looks so goofy and great in this... in these graphics. Moo! Like, this is such a serious game, and then suddenly this. It's so good.
No.
Moo. It's so good. Cow jam, cow jam. What's the lore for this level? I guess I can spoil it because they don't explain the lore stuff for Diablo 3 that explains this is only revealed in in the January anniversary event that they do. So basically, so in Diablo hungers for beef. So basically, moo. So like the in-universe lore thing, because there's like the real reason why there's like this level is because there was the rumor forever that there was a secret cow level in the first game, that if you clicked on one of the cows in Tristram in the town, like a certain number of times it would unlock, which was fake. And then I made fun of it in StarCraft 1, where the cheat code to skip levels was there is no cow level, to kind of feed those rumors. And then so when they made Diablo 2, they were like, surprise, there is a secret cow level, haha. So the in-universe lore reason that they gave for this existing is in the January anniversary event that they do, your character goes back in time, because basically cultists, like, opened a portal into the past so that they could, I don't know, I think they were trying to do something with, like, resurrecting Diablo or something. So you have to follow, you go into the past, and you basically go through the original 16 levels of the first game, but in Diablo 3. And one of the things you can pick up, just not in the first game, yeah, just not in the first game. So one of the things that you can pick up is an exclusive, like, collectible pet called the Cow Prince. And it's just a normal little cow with a little crown. Not like standing up, not wielding an axe, just a little cow, little calf. And the description for it's like, I wonder what would happen if this prince were to be kidnapped from his home. So the implication is that your character in Diablo 3 went back in time and kidnapped their prince. And that's why the cows all went mad. And that's why they all want to kill us. Because your character in 3 kidnapped their prince. Which is just so goofy. Like... Here, I want to look at the details on them.
No.
No? Like, how are they holding those things? They don't have hands. It's like Powerpuff Girls logic. You just can't think about it too hard, how they can hold things. Let's see, I still love the text they slap on the portal for Cal level in D3. Leads to a place that does not exist. The Burning Hells are not responsible for events that transpire here. If you claim to have been to this place, you will be called a liar. Void where prohibited. I love that shit. I love this kind of humor. Yeah, they have double-sided tape to hold their axe.
No.
Moo? Of course, at that bit of lore, you kind of have to feel bad. Because their prince was kidnapped, and we're just coming in here and slaughtering them. Well, to be fair, they are coming after me first in this game.
Overburdened.
Am I? I am. Hold on. Making a pit stop. Cow jam, cow jam.
Greeting.
Hello again.
The Order welcomes you.
Ooh, Dusk Deep. Oh, resistance is plus 15? Oh. Everything gets darker though. -2 to light radius. But, yeah, I want those resistances. Yep. Cows just flood into our time. Oh, I wonder. Do you think they'll do something with secret cows in Diablo 4? I hope they do. Maybe they'll do something even more to expand on the lore. The cow level lore. I hope so. I hope they have some goofy. Like, I know my one of the huge things is that I want Diablo 4 to be like darker than 3 and like grittier or whatever. More dark fantasy. But I do want them to still have that sense of humor. Because I think it's a good contrast. It's a good juxtaposition to have like a little bit of humor in your super serious, dark, gritty game. Okay, I did. There. Yes, look at all of them. They're so pretty. And then... yeah. I've needed to upgrade my gloves for a while. And then where am I gonna stick this? Yeah, that works. Just wanted my cow follower to join me in D4 too. That is one thing I'm gonna miss. I'm gonna miss all of my stupid wings and pets and stuff. I can't
do that here.
I should go to Mala to get potions. So that way I can get the good stuff. So a cow prince follows us to our time and the cows just assume we kidnapped him? Yup. Yep, the cows assume that humans kidnapped their prince and they'll never forgive humanity for that. Quack. I mean, moo. Let's see, I mean, definitely will spend a stupid amount of time on the character customization for, even though I'll never see it again. Oh, because putting on helmets? I don't know. Maybe we'll end up taking off our helmet in cutscenes. You don't know. Because our custom character is going to be in cutscenes. Which, I mean, already look really impressive.
Will envy our songs about you. Please, don't forget about us.
Oh.
Farewell, my friend.
Thanks. Repair. I got nothing to repair? Okay. But yeah, I have an inkling that they might have us, our character take off our helmets and stuff. Like, why have such an in-depth character customization if you were just gonna cover up our heads? Or maybe like a toggle to hide our helmet. I could see them doing that too, actually. Because that was something they did in, I think it was it Dragon Age that they did that? Where you could toggle off the helmet to be visible or invisible? Destiny does that as well. For, like, when you're in the tower, it'll hide your helmet. So that you can still see your face. Your beautiful, customized face. When your custom character shows up in a cutscene, and Ronald McDonald standing with everyone else. Yeah, like Mass Effect's been doing that kind of stuff for forever. Taking your helmet off for cutscenes and stuff. I think they can do it. We'll see. We'll see. I do have... I did pre-order it, so I do have access to the open beta early, so I will... I think we can stream it. I haven't seen anyone saying that we can't.
Thanks.
So I'm gonna assume we can. So y'all will be able to judge for yourselves whether or not it looks alright. My D2 Hunter never takes off his helmet. The helmet stays on. Technically did it with 3 with the invisible ink. Oh, yeah, that's right! With the transmogs, you can totally hide the helmets and stuff. You can hide all of your armor. That is a very good point. So there is already precedent for that in the series. Yeah. That is one thing I really liked about D3, and something I argued for very heavily for Destiny, and they eventually got something like it, but I really like the transmog system. I like being able to care about stats and not have to worry about the aesthetic of what I'm wearing. Look at all mismatched. Being able to stylize. Are we able to bring the prince back? And how have the cows not been at least a side problem during the story? It's just a silly little thing. But no, we can't return the prince. Unfortunately. Off to bed, night all. Good night, Alucard! Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your night. Yeah, we're gonna finish clearing up the cow level, because you only get to come here... You only get to come here once per difficulty. And then the portal closes forever after you exit the game. Because you only can pick up Wirt's leg once per difficulty. And if you already are carrying one, you can't pick it up again. So you have to make sure to use it. And these fuckers after Diablo. How the cows defeat Diablo. Oh.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, I need these mana potions. Gimme. Hey, don't run out. Tell them Diablo kidnapped their prince. God, I'm picturing now like an alternate universe where that happened. Humanity just aligned themselves with the cows. That's how they defeated hell. Could heaven or hell truly stand up against the might of the Nephilim with the cows? Yeah, give the cows guns. Give them guns. Diablo appears and just sees a horde of bipedal cows coming after him. That day, the Lord of Terror knew fear. He knew real terror. The terror of having several dozen cows chasing after you. Moo. Moo! I fucking love the VO for these so much. Moo! Saw the start of Diablo 3, but I don't understand how the ending of this game leads to that one. So, Diablo 3 takes place about 20 years after this game. So in that time, the World Stone being destroyed has led to the resurgence of the Nephilim, which you heard the ancient ones that we fought earlier referred to as Nephilim. Or they refer to themselves as such, but they were referred to as the ancient ones by everyone else. Because no one else remembers that the Nephilim exist. Or at least very few people do. Like, Deckard Cain's probably one of the few. And the Nephilim were basically the first couple generations of humans that were born from angels and demons, specifically Lilith and Inarius, which is going to be very super important in Diablo 4. So Diablo 3, when it starts off, is basically 20 years after that resurgence has been able to happen. And then shit happens, and we'll get to that when we get to Diablo 3. Because anything else beyond that would probably be spoilers. But yeah, that's the lead into what, like, how that starts. How far apart are each game anyway? Diablo 2 takes place basically almost immediately after 1. I think maybe at most a couple weeks have passed since the warrior, canonically the warrior, in Diablo 1 defeats Diablo. And then I think it's implied he stays for at least a couple days, maybe a few weeks at most in Tristram. He stays with Adria. And then he leaves, and that's when basically Diablo 2 starts. And then there's, yeah, I believe a 20-year gap between 2 and 3. And then I have no idea how many years it's been between 3 and 4. Broke the Nephil gem to return the Nephilim. Oh my god. Can you imagine if they had actually called it that? That would have been great. Lord of Terror versus the armies of Moonness. I think we might have gotten all the cows now. I'm looking at the map and I think we've been everywhere. Blizzard, please. Oh, I think we have successfully eradicated the cows.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
I think it did not work out for the bovines. Alright. Oh. There's one more chest. With nothing. Okay. We'll look at the loot I've got.
Good evening.
And yeah, the cow level on, like, the higher difficulties, on Nightmare and Hell. Oh my god, so much loot. Also way harder, like, you need friends. Because they will fuck you up. Those cows will kick your ass. Here, I can keep these. They're favored for their bovincipality. Admirable, at least. They tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I'll combine these, might as well. I'm here. Bam, bam, bam. Throw that there, and throw that there. Oh, never mind. Throw that in there. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically it for normal difficulty. Main characters from both 2 and 3 meet. Where were you when you had to fight Diablo? I was fighting cows. What? That cow. It has a crown like one I fought. How did you find it? Time travel bullshit, and it followed me. I committed genocide because the prince followed you. What? Those poor cows. Maybe we're the baddies. Are we the bad guys? Oh. Did you kill your last character from the last game? Technically no, but also yes. I think it's safe to argue that the Dark Wanderer / the Warrior / Aiden is pretty much gone by the time Act 2 starts. Takes a bite of a burger. Nah, we're not evil. But yeah, I think, according to cutscenes and stuff, I think it's established that whatever's left of whatever humanity's left in the Dark Wanderer, whatever's left of Aiden, is pretty much gone by the time they get to Tal Rasha / Bale. Because that's when Maurice is like, I didn't realize my companion hadn't been gaining strength. He had been losing what was left of his humanity. I think that's implied that at that point Aiden's gone. It's just Diablo that's left. So, by the time he gets his true form at the end of Act 3, I think Aiden's definitely dead at that point. Like, there's nothing left of him. He's just a husk, basically. It's like a skin suit. Kind of like Bale wearing Tal Rasha's face. Like, it's just a husk at that point. Like, there's no Tal Rasha left. Makes you wonder how long Tal Rasha lasted against Bale. 200 years, I believe. I actually don't have to wonder. That's actually pretty well established, I think. I think it was about 200 years between the start of the Dark Exile and when everyone was captured in their soul stones and how long they were imprisoned for. And that's how long Diablo sat in the bottom of the cathedral. I think it was 200 years. He's very patient. But yeah. And I still have that short story about that. Oh, there's that one of the short stories in the book that I have, details, like, some of the, like, inner turmoil and inner fight between Bale and Tal Rasha in his mind. It's actually pretty neat. Could have brought them to fight Diablo when he's back. Well, he always comes back. It's his greatest strength, patience. Yep, and that's one of the things that makes him so terrifying. He's willing to wait as long as it takes for a victory to be in his grasp. But anyway. But that's the end of Diablo 2 for this playthrough. I'll probably play some more, like, ladder seasons, stuff like that. Maybe some multiplayer, at other times. Maybe higher difficulties later. But for now, we'll exit, put the music back on, and we'll look for somebody to raid. Thank you for streaming, Lucid. No problem. I love this game. I'm glad y'all were enjoying hanging out with me. Let's see. Who is on? It's kind of late. I kind of went long because we were already at the end of the game, and I'm like, it's not gonna be another stream's worth. Let's see. Let me check on what they're streaming. If not, that's an option. Ooh. Oh, man, there's a few people on. What the heck? Okay, we might have to do a poll. Okay, we're doing a poll. We're doing a poll because I can't decide. I can't decide what we're gonna raid, so I'm doing a poll. How do we stop Diablo for good? I don't think you can. I mean, I like the... I'm thinking of, like, I'm thinking of the dialogue from the movie Legend, where before darkness is defeated, he's like, there cannot be light without dark. And I feel like that's kind of true, in that, like, I don't think you could ever fully defeat the aspects of evil or good on either side. I don't think like you could defeat the archangels for good. I don't think you could really defeat the prime evils for good either. I think they would always just reconstitute themselves as something else and come back. Because they're aspects that, like, that's it, let's kill God. Too late. Too late. Where do you think the prime evils came from? The in-universe lore... Let me get the poll going. The in-universe lore is that the original god, Anu, split himself in half to rid himself of his own evil, and that's how you got the prime and lesser evils, and his goodness became the archangels. But I don't think, though, because they all represent, like, aspects of, like, different virtues and stuff, I don't know if they could ever, like, truly go away. Like, how do you defeat permanently the aspect of justice? Like, I don't think you can. Okay, so we have art, we have Dusk, we have Super Mario World, we have Elden Ring, and oh, what's another one? That's probably good. That's probably good. All right, poll is up. Vote, 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 vote. What are we raiding into? But yeah, I don't think you could ever fully defeat them. I think you could only delay their return. But I mean, Serial's plan was to imprison Diablo so that he couldn't, like, free himself, but again, it only delayed the inevitable. Love some Diablo, but your chill streams are just too nice. I'm glad you enjoy that. I'm so happy about that. Someone named Lethal Lucid playing Diablo, we could raid them. No. Oh, it's a fight. It's a fight between Mario and Elden Ring. Let's see. In the end, the game is pointless. It's more about the journey. It's more about the journey. But with Diablo 2, I mean, the big world-changing thing is the destruction of the World Stone. Like, that's really the big takeaway. Like, defeating the prime evils is like... Oh my god, y'all tied? I'm redoing the poll. For 2 options, just Mario and just Mario and Elden Ring. You better not tie it this time. Raid. Super Mario World. Elden Ring. Alright, last one. Okay, vote. Don't make the tie. You don't see the poll? If you refresh, you might be able to see it. Yeah, if you don't see it already. Let's see, we probably defeat Diablo, but that is fuck hard. Yeah, new aspect of evil will just form into a new being. Like, even... Well, I don't want to go into spoilers for Diablo 3 yet. But, I have thoughts about that. But yeah, I don't think they could ever be fully defeated. Let's see. What happens to our character after 2 and 3 starts? It depends on what class you are. There is actually, like, a canonical ending for each character. Diablo 2. So, like, canonically, the Necromancer that we played is named Zool, with an X. And I'm trying to remember what his I'm looking at his biography right now. Because I know he takes on an apprentice, and then I think that apprentice is the player character in 3? I think? I don't know, it's been a while. But yeah, there is a fate for all of the, Oh, what's the... Y'all tied it again? Did you tie it again? Y'all. For real? I'm just gonna pick 4 of you. I'm just gonna have to pick 4 of you. Let me make sure they're not ending anytime soon. We are indecisive, just like me. The chat really does reflect the streamer. Moo. Raid them both? I wish I could. I killed all these cows for nothing. Imagine if there was a Diablo 1 remake and the cow rumor does work.
I'm in danger!
That would be brilliant. That would be so funny. Okay, raid. We're going to raid. Oh, hold on. Make sure I'm spelling right. We're gonna raid Noel. Super Mario. Let's see. A lot of my OBS alerts are not, like, showing up. But at least I can see it on my browser, at least, that we're going. That the raid's working. Let's see. Oh, you didn't vote? Ah, well, decision has been made. Let's see. Is that if the 3 player is the Necromancer too? Yes. Yeah, if the player character in 3 is a Necromancer, then yeah. That's what I would have been referring to. Yep, we're going with Mario. Alright. Thank you everybody for joining me. I love this game. I have so much fun. And so next Wednesday we get to start our new game. And I'm thinking we're gonna play, finally, moving on to another Remedy game, we're gonna be playing Quantum Break. So that I can be ready for Control and then Alan Wake 2. At some point. But yeah, we'll return to Diablo again, don't worry. I just want to stagger out the games so we're not doing them like one after the other, you know? Yeah, and the Necromancer's DLC for 3, which I do have. But, alrighty. Stay hydrated, stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow where we're gonna play more Fear 2. Maybe finish it? I don't know, we'll see. But, good night everybody! Bye!
Cut it out.